the Goldrush, Boland, and the World Sports Betting Western Province. Well, Boland are reeling at the moment at 147 for 8, and they are still a massive 400 and odd runs behind on this first inning total. And the two umpires, Marie Erasmus, experienced and well-renowned, making it to the middle with Mazizi Gampu. And both of them have had a good game thus far. They've been on the money. They've got their decisions right, and it's wonderful to see. Match referee is Mr. Cliffy Isaacs, and he's hiding away in the dugout out of the sun, making sure that he's in his air-conned room with all his notes and things that he's got to do. And Cliffy Isaacs, just one wonderful man who also was an umpire before and a great esteemed colleague. Well, here they come, the players. Out they come, and being led by their captain, Daniel Smith, the youngster, who played well in the first innings. And take a bow, Verena, for that 200 he made. Katimi made a well-played 60-odd as well. In fact, he made 63 of 137 balls. Him and Verena got together at a crucial time, and it's good to see that he faced so many balls and stayed in for that long. And Verena's 204 not out of 305 balls. Smith, 58 of 59 balls. And then Beddingham, who got a 50 of a runner ball 50. But then lower down the order, Josh Bird, who got his maiden 50. And he'll probably be opening the bowling this morning of 95 balls. And Carl Simmons, who supported Verena beautifully with an 85 for 108. Well, he's also on the board in terms of wickets. Simmons, 21 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 53. And Brett, those are the two spinners that have done most of the damage. So between them are the 8 wickets that have fallen. They've taken 6. With me this morning, the big fella, Eugene Molian, the giraffe. He's in all his beauty. He's here this morning. Good morning to you, colleague. Good to have you.
A very good morning to you, Jeremy Fredericks, to our viewers. Yeah, day 3, and a day that Western Province want to tie up this first innings very, very quickly with only 2 wickets remaining for Boland. That definitely hasn't been their best over the first 2 days, but they've got a chance, and this is what first-class cricket brings about, a chance to really put your best foot forward and make a fighting progress going forward here.
Well, the one thing that I'd like to see, I'd like to see maybe another slip in. I'd like to see another man around the bat at a silly point. Because you're still 386 runs ahead, and there's no doubt and hesitation with me that if they bundle Boland out soon, that they should ensure the follow-on. It shouldn't be. They've had a good night's rest. The bowlers are fresh. The spinners did a lot of bowling.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised I don't see enough people around the bat. They've got a solitary slip. It is the start of the morning. Batters just want to have bat on ball, get that feel, and before they really get into their stride, even the likes of Sean van Berg and Clinton Steelman, you want to just put some pressure on them.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's building pressure, and then let them think differently, to do different things. And in that manner, you get wickets.
No one really on the leg side, saving 1. So I think what they're after is Sean van Berg maybe trying to play 1 against a turn, maybe getting a leading edge.
First run of the morning.
Well, Paarl is back to its normal self. Maybe just a little bit of a day off yesterday with the overcast conditions, coolness around. It's back to being old hot day.
Yeah, Paarl is almost like a golf course. You get onto the 18th, you hit a screamer, you putt it. There you go. Take your birdie and run, although you had you're back tomorrow. That's what Paarl does. Nicely bowled.
More attacking for Glenton. Short leg, 2 slips. There's your 2 slips, Jeremy. So 385 runs behind.
Silly points right in there. That I love. That's where they're leaning forward, and then you got a short cover. What I like, you've got a man at mid-off, just in case he's going to come down, advance down. He's going to hit it in the air. And then he's got insurance on the point boundary, which I like for the youngster. If the ball is short, moving away, cut, it will only be 1. That's frustrating for a batsman, because if you do cut it well, you expect to get 4 for a good cut. You cut it there, so that's the good protection. So that's the field I like. And I'd like to see maybe the same field to a Van Berg. They probably think he's the much more experienced, he's a better player, he is a leg spinner himself, so he read it. But let me tell you something, I know something about tail end batsmen. They will read and read and read until they get that adrenaline push.
I thought we spoke about this. They're not tail enders, they're lower order batsmen. Please, sort this out.
We remain tail enders. You guys were, in our day, you guys just, you tall guys and quick bowlers, to bowl for 3 hours, we did the batting.
Some didn't stay out long enough there while you were batting.
Let's put the stubs back on. Like W.G. Grace.
Well, Simmons, he's chasing a fifer.
I always approached my net practice not to get out in a net.
Well, that's where it should be.
Because that mindset you transfer to the middle. How many guys play shots in the nets? Oh, that short cut away, that'll be 4. Bit too short from Carl Simmons, and it got the treatment it deserved. Brings up the 150 for Boland in the 60th over, 255 minutes.
Ah, they got their first bonus point. Batting bonus point, that is.
And 2 for bowling, was it?
Yeah, 2 and a bit. 3. 2.
No, 2 for bowling, 1 for batting. So they got 3 points for the effort this past 3 days. Well, that's probably what you get if you've been poor. They have been poor, Boland. Sorry to say, with all due respect, they dominated session 1, day 1. From there on in, it was Western Province all the way.
Yeah, just coming to your point about practicing and not getting out. Practices these days like guy folks. It's just shots all over. Balls flying all over the place. It's something that I'm really trying hard in my capacity as club coach to get batters to treat it like it's their time in the middle.
Another man in. Where is he going? Second slip? Fuller, driven, 4.
Maybe not going where he wanted that to go, to be honest.
Effective enough.
He got 4 for it. Papers for Glenton. Field is bowling to here, Carl Simmons.
I think that one he just tossed up a bit too much. He's got to get the ball to purchase, because that's what you want to do. Oh, that one is 4 more. Well, what a good over. This the third 4 in this over, isn't it?
Yeah, that's correct.
And this is fortuitous for Boland. Not the start that Simmons wanted. He's just whooped that. Nicely played, though. Good control.
Yeah, just something about a field. You know what I saw for the first time ever is a 9-0 field in one-day cricket. You know, well, in any format of cricket, but it was one-day cricket.
It's the wonderful field set.
I thought it was just going to be for 1 ball. The gentleman bowling here, he was captaining that day, and a guy that was just bowling a little bit away, seamers it just a little bit away, set a 9-0 offside field.
And?
You wouldn't believe it. It was just dot city still. I'm sitting watching this. I'm thinking, why is the batter not just walking across and just play? You can hit the ball anywhere on the onside.
And he bowled maiden after mate? What are you telling me? This early in the morning. Too much for me to absorb, Eugene.
Like I said.
Short.
It was
He
Boland.
tried to. Sorry, Eugene. I thought I was looking there, and you saw the stumps cartwheeling out the ground.
Oh, again looking to heave ho. It was short. This delivery from Josh Brett. And maybe just getting on a little bit quicker. Stumps gone out the ground, 9 down. And Goldrush Boland, 162 for 9.
Was that 14 of how many balls for Steeman? Yeah, that gets Brett his third. 14 of 20 deliveries. 3 fours in that knock. Was short-lived though. And Ayanda, a corner, I beg your pardon, Nyaka, last man in. Wonder what the chat will be from Sean van Berg. Don't swing, block. I'll do the swinging from my end. But you got to survive though. There's still 4 balls left of Brett.
Yeah, and he's got a possibility of getting four wickets here. And the man at mid-on, he's standing there, head down, thinking, I'll just get through this next 4 balls and I get another chance at getting a fifer.
Yeah. Listen, Eugene, what did you be thinking as a bowler? What did you say to Josh Wright? Googly first up?
Toss it up.
Wouldn't you go for the googly first up? Why not?
Toss it up. Show him that the ball can turn away from him.
All right.
That's too quick. You've got to toss it up. You know, the lower order batsmen, their eyes light up when they see it just above the eye line.
Yeah, I don't think we got to be overcritical of the young man. He'll get there. Brett, I just like the feel of him. Oopsie daisy. All smiles there, Western Province. Be interesting to see what they do. Deficit is 371.
Was the googly? It's far too straight.
There's a nice tosser. Now the quicker one. Get him to hook it. Pull it.
The short one. Short leg goes to silly point now. More men being spread far and wide. So they want to give him the single at worst.
I think he's going to toss it up. Bold young man. Not even taking the single. Van Berg says, cool it, Baba.
Cool it, Baba.
Cool it, Baba. I'll now get from this end, lay in. 150 is that deficit, so it's still 200 and what? 20 runs.
21 away.
Yeah, 221 to avoid the follow-on. That's a lot of runs.
No, I think we can put that to bed. It's what Western Province does, and if I think I'm with you, if they don't enforce the follow-on, I mean, well, I don't know what to say or what to believe anymore. They're in such a good position.
Yeah, and early morning you want to get those opening batsmen in again. Have a dart at them. Your fast bowlers are still fresh. You've only had 61 overs. And they've been feet up for a day and a half. So they should be fresh. Simmons now. Can he get one more to his fifer? To his little Michelle? Western Province has just been dominant here this last 2 days.
No, they have. They played good cricket. Yeah, that first session I felt might have been a little bit even due to the amount of runs they scored in the session. I know they lost 4. But other than that, they just pile on the runs. They managed to score 100 runs or more in every session.
Yeah, they're going at 4 and over, and more than 4 and over. Yeah, I hear your point about them getting 100 before lunch, but I just felt the fact that they lost 4 wickets, you've got to give that session to Boland. It's a lot of wickets to lose before lunch, although the runs were up, because anything could have just gone awry after lunch. But you're so right to saying how dominant they were, and batting at the over 4 and over, which was excellent. Excellent stuff, wasn't it?
That was. But mainly due to Boland maybe gifting him, or allowing them, I should say, to score at that rate. And what we've seen here, and we mentioned yesterday as well, is just the way they went about it in the field with ball in hand. Western Province, we're talking about now, has just been what we're so accustomed to in the first-class game. Patience, building pressure, starving them of their run rate.
We flighted that one.
Final ball of this Carl Simmons 23rd over. Sees that out. 163 for 9. Was strange driving down here this morning because the Table Mountain was well and truly covered this morning. Some rain in some parts there around the mountain. I don't know, that mountain just brings in moisture. It's a lot cooler.
Now, I've been in the Paarl for 3 days. You've been back home and forth, and it's been wonderful here.
Even when it's cloudy.
Even when it's cloudy. I wasn't looking forward to that drive every morning on that N1.
Yeah, from where you are, it's probably a little bit difficult because it's not just the drive from the N1, it's getting to the N1 that's your problem.
Yeah, so that's why I got to leave early. I got to take that hill up on the M3, and then at Hospital Bend make my turn onto the M5, and then from there get onto the N1.
Wow. And only then you can just sit back and let.
No, not only then. You got to get past Century City and that Plattekloof Hill, and then you got to get here to Kraaifontein, where that's another nightmare. Okovango. Only once you're through there, towards here, you can say, "Where's the good old days where one just drove to Paarl and it took me half an hour?"
Oh, that zipped and ripped. Half an hour.
Yeah.
It'll still take you. You just sit back in your Rhino mobile. Happy days. Press the button, cruise control. Here we come.
Yeah. It's like being on a bullet train.
I mean, that mobile just does what it wants. Opens the boot for you without even knowing these days.
Now, I get stressed out really quickly in a lot of traffic. And not only traffic that gets me, it's the way people drive. And I'm a very impatient person. I get impatient. So I spare myself that. Enjoy the mountains here at night, rather. Oopsie. Beautiful part of the world, this.
Yeah, and we talk about the weather. It looks like the slight delayed start in Kapega, where the Warriors and the Lions are doing battle. Looks like the Lions will have a lead going into that second innings of theirs from where they were on day 1. Can you believe it? Yet again, they just managed to find a way. Titans are continuing.
Questions being asked?
Titans are really continuing. 398 now for 4 against the Tuskers. That's a very important game. That one, Neil Brunt, 115. Not out. Sammy, he's on 5.
You think they'd want to be batting till about tea time today, or just before tea, the Titans, and get a 300 lead, 350 lead, and then put pressure on the Titans and say, right, if everything goes to plan, try and get them 3 down tonight and then do the rest of the work tomorrow against the Tuskers?
Well, they've got men that can score quickly still coming in. Sammy, we know. He's batting down the order there in this one, but you know he can score quickly. Then you've got Dayan Khalim. He can score quickly as well. Dwan Jansen and Harmer. Yeah, I think it's all about time in that one because you never know what you get.
What's the lead there now?
112 lead.
112 lead, okay. So handsome lead already.
I would think 200. Once you get a 200 lead, you just dangle that carrot a little bit because it gives you still time.
Beautiful. The intricacies of 4-day cricket, isn't this wonderful? Oh. What to play for and working out the permutation. Yeah, it's just a matter for me that Western Province either bundle out Boland and then try and bowl them out a second time. Or it's a matter of Boland, when they get their turn to bat, they know we've got a battle tomorrow 5 o'clock. That's it. If they don't battle tomorrow 5 o'clock, it's good night, nurse. Other than that, Western Province will be putting on the pressure. Still a good wicket to bat on, I think. Solid wicket. There is the odd turn, which you'd expect. It's turned from day one, but has he been given? Yeah. He's been given, stumped. Yeah, foot in the air. Like to see this again. And Yaka doesn't look happy. But if that is out, and hopefully we can have a look at this again, it'll have been brilliant work by Verena. He's always like one of those chihuahuas. They're just on the lurk all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Seems as the foot is dragged forward, Eugene. What do you think?
Yeah, it's just the way he sort of leapt forward. And looks like from our angle, and we're not sure, that there was still a little bit of white line behind it. And it's that time of the morning or that time in the day where you can still see the line very prominent. But that is the end of that first innings. Kunan Yaka, he's gone for a duck.
That gives Simmons his 5th, doesn't it?
Yeah, that does.
Oh, wow. It's been excellent stuff, hey, from the 2 spinners. There we go. Foot dragging forward. Yeah, that's just outside that line. You can see it from there. Yeah, and then he comes back. That's fantastic stuff. Brilliant work from the men from Western Province. Handsome lead they are in that first innings. So we're going to have a short break, and when you get back, we're going to get back to the innings, whatever Western Province does. probabilities because losing is out of the equation as far as Western Province is concerned. So it's either draw or they'll win outright, or Boland can only draw this game or lose it outright. That's it. That's the pressure that they are going to be on both these batsmen, Clyde Rees-Fontaine with Peter Malan. This is what's got to happen here, is that it's got to be a partnership. These two have the least they can do for Boland is get 100 partnership on the board. That is, there's no doubt about that. If they want to have any ascendancy and really lay the table for Kaplan then to further come and find out. But Western Province will have other ideas. They know they're in the pound seats. They've got bowlers that are fresh, and I'm sure Patterson will continue bowling or open the bowling for Western Province, or they might just revert to spin. But I just think it has taken turn. The two spinners have done very well. They've taken 8 wickets among them, 2 by seamers. And that's been fantastic stuff. But the new ball, you'd probably say, right, let's have a go with a quick attack. Or is he going spin? He's going spin. Right up, right. The man, the 5-wicket haul man. Right, you're in business again. It's not a bad ploy either.
No,
I mean, not a bad ploy at all. Knowing the wicket is turning, I just thought maybe, well, okay, they're going to give their quickies a burst, but they seem to be, no, you guys make the play, Boland. We're going to keep on putting on the pressure and try and get you guys in a knot. So it could be Simmons from the top end, James, and maybe Seam from the bottom end, and then rotate your seamers from this end going up. That could be the idea as well.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Jeremy. I think they are going to use, I would think they'll be using Seam from this end, because we know how effective Dane Patterson is with the new ball. A nice new hard cherry for Carl Simmons.
Well, that's cut away. Here's insurance. James, sometimes, you know what guys do with a new ball? They say, all right, let the spin and just see what it's going to do. And then might just revert back to seam from the other end again. But if they say, right, here's rip, grip, and a tide, they might say, right, that's your end for the rest of the day.
Going to struggle to get the ball out of his hand if he takes a wicket here.
That's smeared across for 4 by Clyde Rees-Fontaine. What a way to open your account. Well, it was just a nice, juicy toffee apple. Right, there we go. Eat me, if you can.
Well, intent clear from Clyde Rees-Fontaine early on. He didn't bother the scorers in the runs column in the first innings. And he's away immediately. As you say, a juicy half volley outside the off stump.
Hang on, that wasn't what we discussed in the team room now. We're going to give you the new ball, but we didn't intend you to go full and just bowl juicy half volleys. That's what we want. Oh, that's just gone through the slips. That is a lucky 4. Wow. That's just eluded both the slips, James.
I tell you, that went, he couldn't have actually placed that better. It went straight between the 2 slips. I mean, bisected them almost perfectly, didn't it, Jeremy? Let's see, look at this. Goes at it hard, and it's they end up looking at each other as it goes through between them. But you just think, if that had been almost 30 or 50 centimetres to either the left or right, he would have been on his way.
Can they get more closer than that? That's 2 slips. I think they're going to get in each other's way. There's a catch, let me tell you.
Well, does that go down as a chance? I mean, it was flew very quickly, didn't it?
It did, yeah, through the hands there. I mean, by the time those 2 looked up, the ball was almost crossing the boundary. One more. That's where Clyde Rees has such good hands. He just, sometimes I think at times he just becomes a bit too impatient with a game. Yeah. Tries to get on with things and then gets himself out. But he's also one of those guys that you can watch all day when he gets in and he's playing beautiful. Good start for Boland, 10 without loss.
Yeah, that is exactly what they would have wanted. Some runs on the board and get a feel of bat on ball. And just looking at his numbers there, Jeremy Clyde Rees-Fontaine into his 13th season of first-class cricket, 88 matches, 141 innings, 3,601 runs, 144 not out, his highest score. Just the 300s for him, which is probably lower than you would have expected from a batter of his quality. 27.48 is average before he went into this game, so we'll be a little bit lower than that now, and it is going to be pace.
That's the disappointing part of his career. We all said it under 19 level, this kid is going to be the next best thing. I expected that average should have been close to 40 by now. And he squandered. He's been away from Western Province. He went to Warriors. Where else did he play? And then came back here now. So he's been all over the show. And I think at the end of the day, besides maybe, he also did not do himself any favors. But he's much more matured now. Seems that he's settling down, but the career could have been better.
And he was another player to be part of that. Was he part of that SA under-19 team that won the World Cup? There's so many players, good players from that particular team. I'm just looking at the Proteas lineup now, and a number of them in there that have made the trip to India as well. Hayden Markram, the captain of that under-19 side that won the World Cup. Kagiso Rabada.
So much going on there in India at the moment. Wonder what the goes through players' head. How do you probably just got to tell your team, listen, don't focus on on those things and just get to the job that we are supposed to come and do here. But you can't help but also have a glance to know what's going outside on the other side.
Yeah. So I'm sure, Jeremy, I mean, you were saying from a team point of view, you can only control your controllables.
I think interesting times lie ahead in terms of world cricket. I don't like where things are at the moment. It's worrying to me.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of, it's quite difficult, isn't it? Because you trying to understand who is going to actually take a stand, how is it going to move forward.
The big thing is, James, you've got to find solutions. If people are, you can't be dogmatic in your approach and just tell, you will do this. I mean, each country has a right. They're all members of the ICC. And if there are issues, why not get around a table and say, right, what is it that we can iron out? What can we do better? You don't have to suck up. If people are then trying to be more than impossible, then you've got to take the hard decisions. But I think for the sake of cricket and the sake of the World Cup and the sake of the game, it is important that level heads prevail. And put your politics aside, because you can't come to a table with that type of politics and what has been between our countries. You've got to say, how do we solve this problem? How can we solve this problem? How best is suited to all of us so that we all are happy, instead of the one wanting to be bossy over the other one. And the minute that type of clashes happen, this is what happens.
Yeah, you ideally don't want politics to be involved from a sporting code point of view, but it's almost inevitable.
It is inevitable. I mean, cricket has its own politics, and the big thing is cricket has always been riddled with politics, so you're not going to get politics out of sport. It's how best to manage it. That, to me, is the key. How best do you manage it? And I think it's more just a matter of egos taking over in this regard. So I think when you wake up in the morning, you've got to say, right, if I'm in a position of authority, what is the best decision we can make with the board for cricket? But if I come with a decision, what is the best decision that will suit Jeremy Fredericks? Then I'm going to be autocratic and dogmatic. And if I can put that ego aside, and yeah, we all got egos. We don't like our egos bruised. But at times we've got to think of the bigger picture, because there's a bigger picture out there. And that, to me, is the essence. Get one?
Yeah, I think well said, Jeremy. It's very much a question now of how does it move forward, and it's going to be very interesting to watch the space as it unfolds with the T20 World Cup and how it continues from then onwards.
He bowled again. Get one. Just place it in the gap. That's what they got to do. They can't also be bogged down. You've got to, you know, you're back against the wall. You're 358 runs still behind. You can't be saying right now I'm going to come in, shut shop. You're going to get out, shutting shop. It's got to be positive intent. If the ball's good, respect it. If it's there to be pounced on, hit it for 4.
And that's what you want your top order to do. A job for the experienced Milan. We were talking yesterday just about his career and how many runs he scored. Just short of 14,000 first-class runs.
Going to get 4 here. It's going to be buys. Yeah, duly shown.
And yeah, just I think just trying to see what he got in the first innings, but 13,917 runs. He got 11 in the first innings, so he's got 13 more. So he's on 13,930 runs in his 206th first-class match, Peter Milan. And
yeah, he's had a good first-class career, no doubt about that. It's been excellent.
And got his chance. Played a few tests for South Africa as well.
Mm-hmm. Unmoved as the umpire.
Yeah, I love that hand on the chin there after this one from Carl Simmons. Oh, I think maybe outside the line, Jeremy.
Yeah, it is. Definitely was. Didn't hit him in line. Outside the line. Impact outside.
Got a good stride in Milan. That's probably what saved him.
That's the danger. Going back.
Yeah.
If you miss that, you're looking for trouble. 16 without loss.
Yeah, there's a better over that from Carl Simmons. He's into his work now with the new ball. And his 13th 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket. And on to 270 wickets now in 88 first-class games, Carl Simmons. 89 now, this 89th game. He's been such a good player for the Cobras and for Western Province.
Paarl. First over was a maiden. He just trunges up, runs in all day long. Strong, burly fella. But he's on the money, on the button all the time.
Yeah,
Gives you
on the
nothing,
money.
doesn't he?
No, he gives you absolutely nothing. I mean, and his figures show that in the first innings, 11 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 16. And you just feel, I mean, he creates the pressure that the bowler perhaps from the other end benefits from.
It's such a good point you make, because sometimes people forget you're not always the main oak. So pressure comes from both ends. And if the one's piling on the other pressure, you feel right. Spinner's on. He's the guy that we're going to go after. And then wickets fall, and then you've got to say thank you, Pato, because you've done the job on the other end. And it's always a thing that they say that bowlers hunt in pairs.
Yeah.
Does foxes hunt in pairs?
They may well do. I think they're very much loners, the foxes you get in the UK. I'm not sure about, I need to actually look up a bit more on the Cape fox. I know the bat-eared fox is here in South Africa, is a very interesting fox. He eats insects and is not, doesn't actually eat any of the sort of the animals that the farmers may feel are endangered.
Cut away, that'll go for 4. Width off it, dispatched immediately.
Yeah, good. Nice there from Clyde Reeves-Fontaine. Just looking at the width, getting that width and being able to carve it away. And he'll be feeling a lot happier with his work already. 14 off 14. Yeah, the bat-eared fox is beautiful looking creature with those huge ears on him. The Cape fox is a lot more slender and is, as I say, just a lot more, well, they're both quite secretive. You very rarely see them.
The Cape fox, would that be the one that you've got to keep the sheep away from?
Yeah, Cape fox is, as far as I'm aware, is a meat eater, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they pose danger for sheep farmers.
Yeah, and the lambs, yeah.
Well, you better be careful then driving home. There's a lot of farmers around sheep farms, and then they might just hunt you down, James.
Yeah, I've got to be very careful, yeah.
I'm amazed at your knowledge about all these things. It's good.
It's,
Interesting.
yeah, I do love the wildlife here in South Africa, and Africa, just amazing. Southern Africa, just the opportunity to go into the reserves in Southern Africa and see the different types of animals, different vegetation.
Is your wife, does
Yeah,
she like that?
yeah,
too?
yes, we
So that
all
you-
love
both
that.
of you are.
Yeah, very much so, and I enjoy the birds as well. I'm not as much of a twitcher as Ken Boland, but Ken but I really do enjoy the bird watching and identifying the birds and photographing them if I can. So it's certainly something we really enjoy, and just I think sitting there taking it all in when you're able to go into the bush is absolutely fantastic.
How many species of birds do we have in South Africa?
Oh, it's well, in this area here, it's about 300 odd, but there's recorded, I think it's over, I'm just trying to think if it's over 1,000. I mean, there's a lot of birds in and around southern Africa. The Cape area itself is not very rich in species necessarily, but it does include all the seabirds. So normally what they do, if you're looking at an area where you are, so if I've got the Sasol Birds app on my phone, and that tells you which birds are found in this area, and includes the birds within a 50-kilometer radius of your location. But going up country into the Kruger Park and into the northern part of the country, you get a lot more of the exotic birds, the subtropical birds. So quite a few birds that we don't see here and don't fly as far south. So the birds have their own distinct ranges. You don't also get the same number of raptors here that you would do up there as well. So it's very interesting.
Well, thank you for that bit of education. Swept, be one.
But a lovely story. It was I went up to Johannesburg. It's a couple of seasons ago now, and I was there. Actually, it was actually just before Christmas, and we were visiting a family up there, and it's just a single down to Pato on the cover boundary, and went to the Wanderers. Lions were playing in a 4-day game, and met up with Ken there, and at the Wanderers press box, which, as you know, is, completely open, very high up in the stand. And Ken's got his binoculars out, and he's not looking at the ground. He's looking up into the stand on the far side there, and he says, "James, just have a look over there. You can see in there. What can you see?" So he gives me the binoculars, and have a look in above the stand. And there's this very beautiful green bird, and look with this red beak and head, and it's called a rosy-faced lovebird that is nested in the grandstand at Wanderers. That was an unusual sighting, and he's always on the lookout for it's our feathered friends that grace the areas, goes off into the bush quite a bit, Ken, and always enjoys his bird watching.
23 without loss. Glorious day, ain't Paarl?
Well, off to a reasonable start so far. Goldrush Boland in their second knock looked a lot more assured at bat here than they did in that first innings.
Just be careful not to move too much. Cross his stumps, because that one straightens a little bit and hits him on the pad. Milan, I'm sure, would be aware of that.
Oof. Yeah, he did move a lot, across quite a lot. I was just going to say, I wonder when, I mean, with Dane Patterson, I've seen how he works a batter out. It's absolutely glorious to watch. You know, he can get the ones to just keep moving away, and then he gets the one to just come in. That one obviously was the one he was trying to get to come in. As is that one as well. Well left there by Milan. More on length than anything else.
Yeah. Nicely got inside it again. There is protection. So finally gone, and the man at square leg boundary. Just the one. It's been a positive start from Boland.
Yeah, they have absolutely no illusions as to the job that they have ahead of them. Chatting to Henry Williams this morning, Jeremy down on the field, and he was saying he thinks it's still a pretty good pitch for batting on.
We said it all 3 days here in the commentary box as well, that the pitch is still good, and I reckon it's still very good.
Yeah.
Boland just got themselves to blame.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. I think where their tiredness came in is after the end of day one. They were nowhere near after lunch. After lunch, they just let that grip go. Did well up to then, 4 wickets down. And you felt, another wicket or two after lunch, but it just seemed as if they were just no plan.
No, I think that was the challenge for them, is that the execution from the bowling side was poor. And as you said, there were certainly no consistency in terms of how they bowled.
So there's a school here at the back as well. I mean, they've been temporarily housed while the old school is being renovated. And it's just lovely to see. I look across and I glance across the grass embankment, seeing the teacher with the little pickies, little ones. There's not much concentrating going on there. And well, you can expect that from little kids. They're up and down the embankment. Look at them rolling down and then getting up. And some are listening to the teacher. Others are thinking, well, I don't watch cricket for long, but the thing is, just to instill that culture is nice. Great.
Absolutely wonderful, isn't it?
Yeah. Children are the joy of life.
Oh, they are indeed, and you know, it's just see that bank is ideal for them to roll down, isn't it? Just and lovely to see them out there in the shade.
The things that come out of those little mouths are just that one's cut away. Sometimes so laughable. And you think, where did this kid get onto that? I mean, at that stage, they've got such inquiring minds. They learn. They say that a kid from the age from 0 to 7, being involved those years back, probably absorbs the most then. And that's the time where you've got to instill in the child the values and what they need to do, because that gives him the grounding.
Yeah, so important, those formative years.
Yeah.
And how, as you say, the brain develops, and just in terms of the stimulation that they would get, and how you work with that, so many important sensations that they need to experience. And with like they talk about just the tactile sensations, so many things that they need to be exposed to be able to help them to understand the world around them.
Yeah, indeed. Little bright sparks, future leaders.
Well, you hope as well, with them being close to a cricket field, that they will, at least in the time that they're here, have the opportunity to look at the game and maybe sort of get a bit of a feeling for it, and an idea around that they may enjoy playing that later in life.
Yeah, because these are little things that trigger in their little minds to say, well, we've seen this. What is this game? Wanting to know more. And if their parents are ardent cricket supporters, this could be second nature to them. Throws the bottle.
No, that was the wing. The giraffe's gonna just take a little nap.
Yeah, dealt with that well. Did Clyde Reeves-Latane, just swaying out of the way. The captain, he has a big role to play for his team today. Perhaps not quite as wide as Clyde Reeves-Fontaine thought on that occasion. It's well taken by Verena behind as he's come to stand up to the stumps. That hurt a bit as well. Just maybe caught it on the, quite in the glove. Just asking for the physio to come out. And Brent Martin will grab his bag and make his way onto the field for Kyle Verena. And while he does that, Jeremy, just to give you some information on Cape foxes, they are completely omnivorous. They're opportunists. They're quite small, so they feed on small mammals, such as rodents. I think maybe little lambs may be a challenge as well sometimes. And they do feed on insects, but they commonly eat birds, small reptiles, carrion and fruit. So and they're not a very large animal. The Cape fox is quite a small animal with nice big ears, but very rarely seen because they are mostly nocturnal, which is the case for most foxes, even those who are regarded in the UK, I think, quite a lot of the time as a pest, but they are mostly nocturnal as well. So interesting, yeah. They not often seen. So it's always nice if you do come across one.
Brent Martin, giving Verena all the attention that he needs.
Yeah.
Just having a close look on the things, looking at his watch. Signal will go. Injury on field. And the time that Verena has taken that injury will be added to their list in terms of the overrate for the day. Of course, it's important that you're fair.
So 4 minutes, Jeremy, is it?
Yeah.
They're allowed?
Yeah. Longer than that, they have to go off the field for treatment.
Yeah, he just come for that delivery, just come to stand up to the stumps for Dane Patterson and Clyde Reeves-Fontaine batting, and he just, I think, as you can see there, it looked like he just copped the one on the part of the wrist, maybe where the wrist and the extension of the thumb seems to meet, so looks like he'll be okay. I'm sure he's had worse than that in his wicket-keeping career so far. Certainly for me, Jeremy, probably the best glove man in South Africa, Kyle Verena. That's why he's in the test team as the wicket-keeper. It does help that he's got a very good, he's very good with the bat as well.
Yeah. Certainly helps. Because you want a wicket keeper that can bat and keep well. It's important. If a test team gets into a bit of trouble, you know that at 6 or at 7, where he comes in, 7 or 8, he can do a job. And not just a job because he needs to stay in. He can do a amicable job. Yeah. He can be in with the batsman that's probably in and assist and play shots. Oh, that's a brilliant delivery. He's got it. Bold. And the first wicket down just before the drinks break.
Glorious delivery from Kyle Simmons. What a ball this is. Just pitches on leg, it looks like. Rips away from the right-hander, beats his defensive shot, takes the top off. That is the ideal delivery from a left-arm spinner. Look at that. That is glorious. Well, he should be pumped up. And the captain has to go. Gavin Kaplan will then make his way out into the middle. Well, Jeremy, they gave Carl Simmons the new ball, and he has certainly rewarded his captain with that decision into his 5th over. He went for 10 in his first. Since then, he's been on the money, and it's a money ball that he's been able to deliver there to Clyde Reeves-Fontaine.
At the river edge.
Now, what do we have? Will they take drinks?
No, doesn't look like it. So are they going to do that? See,
Magnificent delivery, just quietly.
Cliffy Isaacs coming out to chat to Mazizi Gampu.
That was an absolute beauty.
What that chat is all about.
So, yeah, Reeves-Fontaine, 15 of 27 deliveries, and making his way to what was just the perfect delivery from a left-arm orthodox spinner.
Oh, the bail came onto the field.
He must have broken the bail then. Yeah. You can't ask for a better delivery than that, can you? Just to clip the top of off stump.
He's got 4 deliveries to negate. Worrying times to come into bat. Is the steer for one?
Yeah, we said in the first innings, this partnership was very important. We said as well, Jeremy, didn't we, that we thought they were a batter light right from when we saw the team sheet.
Yeah, that's for sure. And it's proven. Nicely bowled. Survival.
What I like about Carl Simmons is when he's on top of the batters, just pivots so beautifully around that front foot of his.
End of the over. Will drinks now be taken?
No. No. Because the innings started at 12:00.
Yeah, that's true.
That's right.
Innings did start at 12:30. But time for me to move out.
Yeah.
Have a break. All the odds has been in this man's favor, walking in now. So enjoy your giraffe for the next half an hour, Foxy.
Thank you very much to the Rhino for that, and always good to have Jeremy with me on commentary, and as well Eugene Molion, just joining me now after his just a bit of browsing there in the acacias.
Oh, good morning, Cape Fox. James King. Always good to be in your company. Wildlife all around, and they've adopted me as a giraffe. I have to ask Jeremy how he got that name, the Rhino. Got plenty
Yeah.
of time to get to that.
Yeah, it's a really lovely story.
Oh, you know it then.
I have been regaled with that, most certainly. Enjoyed every moment of it.
Pato just continuing where he left off in that first innings.
Well, there we go. Yeah. 4.1 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 6. He's just been so good, hasn't he, Eugene? He's bowled to the plan, and he does that, doesn't he? I mean, you can ask him to run in all day. I mean, that's what we were saying with Jeremy. It's absolutely brilliant to have a bowler like this in your team.
Yeah, I'll tell you what a delivery from Carl Simmons.
Yeah, it was brilliant, wasn't it?
Right. Drifting in. I mean, we can watch it this all over again.
There we go.
Drift in, pitching on, hitting the top of off.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't get better than that, do you?
No, you don't. As a left-arm spinner, those are the wickets you dream of, don't you? Just tickling the top of off stump. Absolute beauty. Turn, bounce, and gone. That's what you want.
Well, I was listening to you guys on comms and talking about wildlife. Things flying up in the air. And I never knew this. The most dangerous animal in the world.
Yeah.
The most aggressive is the hippo.
Yeah, the hippo, yes, counts for more deaths than in Africa than any other animal. As human casualties, should we say? Very, very dangerous animal.
He's also got the biggest mouth, I think.
Yeah, so it's got a huge mouth, and but I think what makes them also, I mean, they are they're very quiet apparently. I haven't actually been in a situation where I've been in an open campsite and had hippos walking through, but I know people who have done, and they just told me how quiet they are. You hardly even know that they're around. These massive animals come out of the water at night. And they can be very dangerous.
Okay, so I want to cross one's path then.
Yeah.
They are right, wherever they are.
Yeah.
I'll treat them the same as I treat the shark.
Yes, I think that's very sensible. The other thing about the shark, which I found very interesting, was that they say that more people die annually around the world from eating shark meat than they do being eaten or being eaten in the water or chomped on by a shark in the water. So it's another very interesting fact.
Well, another over gone. Interesting fact, yeah, he's Boland still trailed by 342 runs. They have got it all to do here. Pato, maiden over. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 6.
Yeah, he's been excellent once again today. He just keeps bowling in. Boland, listen to me. Just keeps coming in, doesn't he? And bowling, he can do it all day, you feel.
Reiki warming up. Maybe he'll get a burst soon.
A little bit more air that time from Kyle Simmons. And keeping the pressure on. Dispensed with the second slip to Milan now. They have got the man in at short leg for the bat pad. It's Valentine Kitime.
There's that ball. There it is.
Yeah, again beaten outside the off stump. Unfortunately, we can't see the amount of turn that he's getting, but I mean, we can gauge it from the position of the batter. Just playing down the wrong line.
Not so much playing on the wrong line. He's playing the line where you think the ball's not going to be turning prodigiously. But it's
true.
all about the pace.
Yeah.
I think it's the pace that's so important that Carl Simmons is dishing up here. Western Province, no, they only need 9 special deliveries. That's what they need.
Yeah.
Goldrush Boland, they need to bat, and bat on.
79 overs after this still remaining in the day. They need to bat through all of those, and plenty tomorrow too. And they're not being given anything apart from that first over, really. Very little that they've been given to score off, and they're not going to want to get bogged down. Gavin Kaplan certainly won't want to just stand there and defend.
You can see Peter Milan doing all that.
Yeah,
He just
definitely.
loves batting, being out the middle. They'll have drinks now.
They will, yeah.
Looks like it. With that maiden over, Carl Simmons, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18. Got the wicket of the Goldrush Boland captain, Clive Reeves-Fontaine, with a very special delivery. So 28 for 1 after 11 overs. They're going to have a drink, and we'll have a bit of a respite for a couple of moments. See you in a bit.
That was a good 66. It's only 67th match. 270. of 250 in first-class cricket. And in his 112th game. Eugene was saying, I was saying to Jeremy yesterday, what an athlete he is, Tsepo Mareki. Just really, again, another bowler who can run in all day for you. Outstanding in the field, covers a lot of ground on the boundary very often. I was saying that run-up is always interesting. We were talking about that yesterday as well.
No, he is. He looks fit, he looks strong. Just needs that extra bit of dimension, I think, to his bowling. Just to make him that bit more, especially when it comes to the first-class game. White ball cricket, yeah, there's other skills that you can sort of partake and use. I think he's still got something left to give.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the way, obviously this is his first over. I'm looking at him and I'm thinking, like, how can this fella pick up a little bit more pace? And you look at the way he runs up and how he hits the crease there a little bit. I think he's still got maybe a yard or two to give.
That's neatly played by Milan down to long leg, where it's Josh Brett, I think, doing the fielding down there.
Yeah, I wonder if we can get a look at Moreki, just maybe from the area that we've got our cameras on. And if you look at his run-up, James, and it's about, we need just about 2 or 3 steps away from when he gets into his bound.
Yeah.
He sort of angles in as we look at it, maybe just behind the batter at that line.
Yeah.
And then as he takes into his bound, that left leg flays across the offside because he obviously got to sort of line himself up right. So there's a little bit of a shift already in momentum, and that could easily be another yard.
I'm with you.
If you look at this, let's have a careful look at it when he runs in.
Okay.
So that left leg comes just on the outside where that back leg makes contact. And it also seems like it's a little bit rushed. Yes, you want to get through the crease a little bit quicker, but you want to have that stable base to really pull through. You don't want to be off balance, and that is maybe just a little bit of a timing thing there, that his timing needs to be so precise for him to let that ball go and get out of his hand so quickly. Small things, these things.
Yeah, very interesting though. You're looking at it from your aspect. I mean, former fast bowler and coach, and as you say, looking at it, you're able to then do the analysis and have a look at it in a lot more detail. And I see what you're talking about there with that left leg just maybe going a little bit out to the left-hand side.
Yeah, so if he ran in straight, then it wouldn't be so maybe discerning, I would say, in terms of gathering more pace. But because of that initial angle that he's running into the stumps, and then that goes across, bowlers have different, their own unique actions and everything else. But that is something that he might need to consider.
And it is interesting because if I look at other, I was looking when I was down on the field before the start of play. It was good to see Mhlali Mpongwana here with the squad and bowling as well. But there again, I think he's just getting back to fitness now and just starting to really, hopefully, he'll be back in time. We don't know whether we'll be able to play next week, but whether he'll be back, and he will certainly be in the one-day cup plans, I'm sure, for Western Province. But just to have a look at that and just how a bowler goes through the crease. And one of the things that's noticeable at the end of the Moreki over, his first, it goes for 3, it's 31 for 1 Milan. and Kaplan at the crease for Goldrush. Boland the man out this morning. Clyde Reeves for Tain. Say this morning that 2 men were out this morning. Earlier on today, Glenton Stearman and Akona Mnyaka, as the innings was wrapped up for 163 in their first innings, asked to follow on 370 behind, 31 for 1 in the reply. And just something I've noticed as well at schoolboy level, and almost sometimes noticed it in the women's cricket as well, is that the bowler is trying to make everything happen at the last minute, and that it's like they almost stop as they get into that sort of gather and bound, is that they're almost stopping before they're delivering the ball. So the momentum they've established in the run-up is lost.
There's a bowler in the Western Province ranks, Waku.
Yeah.
That bowls something similar to what you're describing there. Runs up and it's almost practically coming to stop before he has to bowl again. That's all momentum loss. That's the reason why you do have a run-up. You want to gather that energy, that momentum in your run-up and apply that into that action of delivering the ball. It's like the spinner using his body to really put energy on a ball if you're a finger spinner. And that is what it's about. And yeah, I do see a lot of that. But I also see a lot of people trying to rush through their action. And then you're not stable, no matter whether you batter or bowler.
Yes.
If you don't have a stable base, it's not going to be executing a shot or bowling a ball at your full potential.
Yeah, and I think that's interesting. You talk about that stable base, both from a batting and a bowling point of view, because we see that quite a lot from a batter. You talk a lot about a stable base for a batter. It's not often you hear somebody talk about a stable base for a bowler, but
yeah, maybe let's just paddle around the corner. It's probably just going to be one. I use the word stable. Probably should use strong.
Yeah.
When you come to a bowler, stable more when you're executing a shot, but it's sort of along the same lines.
Yes.
And yeah, there's a lot of drills that you do for bowlers from a stable base, and trying to get into and recreate that sort of, we call it reverse chaining. So you start there and then you go back to where your run-up starts.
Kaplan there just getting the face of the bat onto it, and in fact it wasn't the bat at all. I thought that had gone off the bat, off the pad, down the leg side, leg by signal by umpire Mazizi Gampu, who's now standing at the southern end of the ground. And just for those of you that may not know that what happens with umpires in first-class cricket is that they change ends after the first 2 innings are completed. So Mazizi Gampu was standing at the northern end, is now at the southern end, and Maria Erasmus is now standing at the northern end, which is where we're broadcasting from.
And in white ball cricket, they just stand wherever they were.
That's right.
They decide early on with a toss of a bail, because there's a short end and a little bit of a longish end at the end, and then between the two of them, they decide who's taller than the other.
Okay.
It's never a problem for me. I know which end I'm taking. It's all
That's
these
interesting.
things. It's how these umpires find, and then they go about what they themselves have their own markings where
Yes.
they want to stand umpires.
Yeah, I've seen them take the paint a couple of times and mark off where they stand, but it's very important, because I know even when I was umpiring at schoolboy and then at club level, that you have a specific distance away from the stumps that you stand. I mean, sometimes that can be influenced by if you have a spinner that may be bowling, maybe running in between you and the wicket.
Well, there's a lot that goes on, isn't it?
There is a lot, yes.
Let's take, for example, this picture that we see here, where Maria Erasmus is standing. So he's standing perfectly where he can first judge where that front foot landing is, because obviously it has to be, something needs to be behind the line. Then he needs to flick his head up slightly to see where the ball pitch, and then he needs to see what's happening at the business. And that all happens in a fraction of a second.
And what he also has to do is, I mean, he keeps an eye out as to where that back foot is landing as well. If the bowler does have a run at that, we may be coming wide of the crease. That's beautifully played by Kaplan on this occasion. A little bit wider from Mareki, just a single down to deep backward point. And umpire Marais Erasmus seen something there from Teppo Mareki that maybe his front foot is getting a little bit close to that line.
It's the second time he's gone and have a look. The other thing about, we spoke about Mareki the previous over, if you draw a straight line from hand of delivery to the foot, front foot landing, I think it would be at an angle. I don't know what's that one, that sign on the keyboard.
Yeah, probably an oblique, or it's a dash, another dash, isn't it? Yeah, it's like
this one that goes
oblique,
this
the
way.
one that goes across. Yeah, there's two that go the other way. Forward, I forget what they call it now, but yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, you know which dash
I know exactly which dash you're talking about. It's the one that goes from literally from bottom left to top right.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. And,
the intricacy of coaching.
I think it's very important, isn't it? Because you want everything to be moving in the right direction, don't you?
Yeah.
And you know, you do see a lot of bowlers that don't bring their front arm through. That you've got not everything moving in the right directions. That's very nicely played by Milan. Just that time, Mareki angling it down the leg side. He's not going to miss out, Peter Milan. And he goes to 14 with that boundary, 39 for the loss of 1.
Just straying onto the pads, and that's easily put away. No chance for fine leg to come around and stop that. I wonder how many overs Mareki will bowl here. They still got Dubé as well to come on. And they've also got Josh Breer to bowl his leg spin.
He only bowled 6 in the first innings, Mareki. Oh, it's a good surprise delivery. The Yorker, well dug out by Milan. So 6 for Mareki in the first innings, 4 for Dubé, 11 for Patterson. So just the 21 overs that were bowled by the Pacers for World Sports Betting Western Province in that innings. And it was 42.3 overs bowled by the spinners. So double the amount of work for the spinners, and I think it'll be something very similar in the second innings. Milan in behind that is the end of the over. It's 39 for 1 after 14 in the follow-on. Just a reminder that Boland are 370 behind on the first innings, and they've knocked off 39 of those. The deficit now 331. They made it easy for us before being out on 163. At least we've got a round number to work with. So math's not too difficult. We are going to see a change in the spin bowling from the southern end of the ground. And it's going to be Josh Breer who's coming on. Excellent work that he did in that first innings. 3 for 41 in his 19 overs. And Eugene, you'll be happy with that from a leg break bowling point of view.
I'm just trying to put my head together. I don't think he's bowled from this end in that first inning. So this will be his first bowl from that end. And sometimes bowlers, you know how finicky bowlers are. They love a certain end. So we'll see how this goes, because Carl Simmons, he's been very, very dangerous from that end.
Yeah, so the leg break bowler will be getting the ball naturally with his stock delivery to be turning away from the right-hander. The googly, which is the one that goes the other way, which we haven't seen Josh Breer bowl very often in this match so far. One that comes into the right-hander. So whatever purchase there has been for Carl Simmons should be there for Josh Breer as well.
No, 100%. And these two probably know each other's games inside out, Breer and Kaplan. So this is going to be a good challenge for these two men.
Well, he starts with one a little bit wider, and Kaplan's able to get his first boundary as he lays it down past the slip and past the man at backward point for 4, down to the third man boundary. Just a bit of a loosener from Josh Breert to start off with.
He's always looking for that shot, Kaplan.
Yeah.
Saw it in the first innings before he got out to Kyle Simmons driving. He moves now to 9 or 14 deliveries.
And then he looks for it again, and this time it isn't wide enough to be able to play the shot. Could have only got himself into trouble with that one. So a moral victory there for the bowler.
That one maybe a little bit quicker through the air from Josh Breert. Just got to be wary of that, Kaplan.
Yeah, reaches forward and gets into line and plays it to Juan James, who's in at that short extra cover position, which is where he took the catch. Good catch, in fact, in the first innings to get the wicket of Kaplan. Katime at backward point does what's more like a short third rather than a backward point. And the man on the deep backward point boundary, Seppo Mareki, got a man at conventional cover. Looks like David Beddingham. And a short extra cover, a wideish mid-off, straightish mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. And that's played straight to Divishan Pillay at mid-wicket. What would Josh Breert be looking to do here, Eugene? He's just
On his first over, he'll just trying to just find his way, find his line, find his length, find the pace. That's all he's going to try and do here. And then get that first over out. He's very one that loves to get that first over out the way. Once it is, then he'll probably try and settle in. I think the majority of it will just be to try and bowl the ball turning away.
just to get his range and get himself into his work.
100%.
We saw that yesterday, and I thought he did it excellently from this end. Got himself into a rhythm. He wasn't hit off that out of that rhythm either, and hence his excellent economy rate. Just the 2 runs per over in that spell of his.
Now, Valentine Kantimi going off the field as Van Heerden comes back on, the 12th man. I think he indicated he just wants to get something off. Might be just getting the shin pads off.
Yeah.
Not needed.
Yeah, not going to be in short there, and it does look like that's exactly what he's going to do, Eugene. It's Milan on strike, Mareki away from us now. And that's exactly the ball that he set the field for. He's got 2 men. And you can see one of them in your screen, standard screen, that David Beddingham. That is that shortish mid-on position. Then he's got a man at short mid-wicket as well.
Yeah, he just hasn't got the line or the length spot on. The length needs to be a little bit more further back. Still want to bring him forward, but he needs to try and hit off stump. He's going far too straight, and Milan just with ease has turned around to square leg at times.
Yeah.
That's where you want to be.
So he executed that exactly as you would have wanted him to, and as a result he squared Milan up and trying to play it into the leg side. He got the leading edge. Could so easily have gone in the air to Joshua van Heerden. They go through for a single, so he's going to try the same to Gavin Kaplan. Haven't seen much lateral movement from the Pacers though.
None. Absolutely none.
Yeah.
Got to work hard here, boys.
Yeah, it is. It's a batting day out there. Very, very warm.
I'm looking at our roster here. It's always been nicely presented. Well, I tell you what, Peter Malan had to get on his skates there. He was, the first half, he was ambling. And then those feet just twitched a little bit quicker as he tried to make his ground, and he did make his ground. I love the way, it's wavy handwriting is what it's called. Beautiful. Cursive.
Cursive, yes. It's
Cursive.
lovely, very readable cursive, unlike mine.
I didn't say anything about readable. I was just talking about the cursiveness of our roster here. My name is never on the left-hand side. Wonder why.
That's played down to square leg, and Paarl will do the fielding.
Oh, I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it, I tell you. How many balls left? 2?
2 balls left in this over before I will make my way. The fox will depart and the rhino will come in. And, Eugene, some lead and others follow. That's the way that it works. Yeah.
No, 100%. That's all good.
It's good delivery to Kaplan. It's Fuller. Gets in behind it. It's on 10.
Well, the first question I'm going to ask the big fella when he comes on here, you've got 324 runs to play with. The man on the leg side boundary, I can understand that. Is that man on the offside boundary needed?
No, he's not needed, no.
You sow in the ascendancy and stick another couple of men on the drive or whatever.
Yeah.
4s are not hurting you.
No, they're not. It's partnerships and batters getting in that are going to hurt you. And that is the end of the over and the end of my stint. And to take you up to the lunch break will be Eugene and Jeremy.
Thank you, James. 46 for 1. Agree with you, Eugene. Should be more attacking. I just can't understand. Follow on. There's so much runs to play with. I'd really be all out attack, not half attack, half not attack, all out attack, because that's the only way. Put pressure on the batsman. Should be the talk in the team room. Josh Brett is back into the attack. He bowled his first over, went for 4. Even with Josh Beard, I'll just have another man. I'll have that pot. So doubt to the opposition.
No, you're in more commentary boxes than most modern day cricketers. How they think, how they do things. I just feel here, you utilize all the fielders that you've got on the field to try and create an area where you can get a wicket.
Not just yeah. You go and watch a club game, you see the same thing. And I'm just thinking to myself, what is going on here? That's the time I get back in my car and leave. Because at times when you see, it's just frustrating. That is this what these kids are taught at a young level? There's times to attack, there's times to defend. That you're going to find in any cricket game. But when you, like this, tail in the air, you should be going for the jugular.
And there's nobody in the eye line or anything like that. That's what I'm saying. At the minute, Kaplan, he can leave that. He can sort of lunge on that front foot if needs be. You just want to just get in the bubble of the batter here.
That's what made Eddie Barlow such a great captain at Western Province. When he took them out of the doldrums, everything he did was from a positive, win or lose. He was positive. He coached at Free State, positive. He came to Gauteng, coached the Lions, positive. He instilled that. He instilled that it's from a positive perspective. Well, not being foolish though, but I mean, I said it on this very commentary stint so many times. Paarl declares on a Monday at Newlands, the trains are, I mean, they like filled to the rafters, doors hanging open, people hanging on the station to get to Newlands station, just to see that declaration on a Monday. And sometimes it's 250 to be got. He dangled the carrot, and 9 out of 10 Western Province would win. That was the positiveness that Eddie Barlow exhumed.
Was he coach of Griquas when they won the cup? Who was the coach? Kepler was there as well, and Pat Simcox.
He just left there. I think, Kepler that same year. But he was there. Eddie Barlow.
Yeah, he was a good man. He was coach of the Super Juice Academy at Western Province and Boland at the time.
He's ahead of the game, punter.
Bob Woolmer was also ahead of the game.
Yeah, from a technical point of view, Bob was far superior. But I think both positive men, but two very different in terms to the approach to Bob. Bob was more analytical. And very, very technical, and that was what made him a very good coach as well. And Punter Barlow was an in-your-face cat. Punter, a lot like Graham Smith. The two of them, a lot of similarities there in terms of captaincy and positiveness.
Murray Rasmus having another look at that front foot landing of Moreki. There goes the point yet again. Need to save some runs.
Searching for that 250th wicket. Moreki. There's also been some arguments yesterday in terms of stats. But we've decided to follow the wizard. Tucked around again for one, and who wants to know who the wizard is? It's Andrew Sampson.
I was sitting at the back here when all that was happening. I was enjoying it. Seeing two men, wildlife, having a go at other men, just saying, we stick to our guns. We stick to our guns. Samson's our man.
We won't die wondering.
No, 100%. But what I liked, I'm going to tell you now. Oh,
That's it. No. What a good delivery it was, wasn't it?
now, it's more of the surprise. And look, nearly got them a wicket. And this is what the short ball should be. Just drop the hands. Maybe just flick the chest.
Well played too, must admit.
The part that I find extremely funny was whether it was 249 or 250. And the gentleman that said, let's just go with the big one. Let's just make it 250. You said, we'll go with the bottom one. If it's higher, it's higher. But for now, we go with 249.
And the fox chirped left of me, because we were sitting next to him. He said, I've been down this road before, and I've been led down. So we're sticking to Samson. Said, well done, Fox.
That's why he was so animated yesterday. I was wondered. He's normally chill, vibes, watching everything, just lurks. No, the Cape Fox came out of hiding yesterday. Ears were probably perked of the Cape Fox.
I mean, even Keith Lane agreed. Stick to Samson, because he gets his stats from him as well. And Keith would have been the first one to send me a message to say, no, he's got 250. Didn't hear a word from slow lane.
Radio silence. How long to go now? 20 minutes to lunch. Needs to be unscathed from here on in.
You learn over the years. I mean, I must admit, I've been sold down the tubes a few times on television. So I rather like to make doubly sure, consult widely,
And wisely.
trying to get wiser. The older one gets. Swooped it again. Get a single.
Yeah, that ends over number 18. That's a 50 up for Goldrush Boland. 50 for 1, coming the 18th over. 79 minutes. So, are we all privy, or is where the name Rhino comes from, or is it something that you want to share, or is it... Because I've known you for a long time and I don't know the story.
Oh yeah, at Avondale they used to call me Governor. I don't know where that name comes from. I don't know why they call me Governor.
Governor!
You know that.
Well, I'm on the Rhino. That's what I want to know. Like I said, I've known you for a long time.
Yeah, no, I'll tell you the story. I've told it many times before. A lot of people ask me sometimes now, where does the name Rhino come from? So let's just watch this over. Just bad because he does go through it quickly.
Doesn't do it for the club this quickly. We'll stop a few times, move a man 2 paces to his left, to his right. I'm glad he's playing in this first class level. It's a good cricketer, given the chance, given the opportunity.
Yeah, he just looks a good kid too, doesn't he?
Yeah, he always asks me like, oh, so what did the boys say up there? And then he listens to it and he says, oh, I wind you up, do I? I said, yes, you do.
He says, I wind you up.
No, me. Because he does do that.
Bold.
Thinks the game's so much and all the time. And he just knows what buttons to press by me, especially when he comes up with this like quite ridiculous thing. And you know I leap like a salmon sometimes. It's like when you're standing at first slip and I suggest, why don't you get one of the slips away there? I'm happy with one slip, and you just sort of look left, look right, look left again to the keeper and says, did he really ask me that? It's the silence that gets me from you, Jeremy. The silence. When somebody asks you and you just, like, a forlorn look with the silence, then you know, right, okay, let me just try and find a way to draw back that question.
Or maybe I should have been more silent in the past. Leave people more wondering. But be it as it may, yeah, you asked me about the Rhino. We were commentating South Africa, Zimbabwe in Zim. I think it was my first trip there. I mean, after that, I've probably been there about 13, 15 times commentating differently. But South Africa was on the specific tour. Alan Donald was still playing for South Africa. And I got asked to go and do some work there. And I'd gone to my bosses at Greekwood Cricket and said, look, I'd love to go, I mean, because I want to pursue my career in broadcasting. And I got told, no, you can't. And I said, I'll take a month's unpaid leave. To which the answer was also no. So I thought hard about it, called my ex-principal back in Cape Town and said, do you have a, that time I was freelancing still for Supersport, do you have a post for me back in Cape Town? Because I've been at the school before, Sunnyside, with George Hector. And he said, yeah, in fact, I do need someone for next year. Well, the next day I handed in my letter of resignation, said, I'm on my bike here. It's amazing how things, sometimes you take those decisions. Moreki continues. And, it's a Dube, I beg your pardon. Mubulelo Dube. I like the look of him, youngster. Got a nice action. Nice and strong at the crease, doesn't he? And off I went to Zim. And I was working with Mike Hazeman and a few of the boys there, Davey Houghton, who used to be coach of Zimbabwe, and we were between Zimbabwe and Bulawayo for the test matches. And Davey Houghton then invited us, besides spending one night also at the who's current match referee, Andy Pycroft, who's an attorney by profession. Kindly invited us to his place for a barbecue, and then afterwards Davey Houghton organized us on a houseboat on the Kariba Lake. And the cameramen were on the one boat and we were on the other boat. I remember John Gaylord, an Australian who was our director and producer, television. Great man, funny man too, Aussies. Nicely bowled. And we had a Malawian chef on the boat. Oh, he cooked the most scrumptious meals. He was absolutely, I mean, just bliss. Breakfast in the morning, tea time at 11 o'clock, lunchtime at 12, afternoon tea, sundowners, then supper. And I think it was on the fourth day on the lake. I mean, you know, if you're in Lake Kariba, it's just massive water. I mean, we saw plenty of hippos and crocodiles and you name it. They were all there. And they said that guys could swim in this area, safe, there's no hippos around. Next thing, cameramen were diving at the top of the boat. They were on their boat, and the next thing, I walloped and leaped out of the air, in midair, getting into the water, and all I heard Mike Hazeman shout, "Oh my dear," he said. There's a black rhino in the water. Well, anyway, they must have had footage of it. So I got and changed my number plate. I lived in Joburg at the time. I mean, I came back from Cape Town. Joburg was then had to do Super Saturday. My car stood outside the studio. I got myself out of the car. A Rhino WP. I wasn't going to have GP on my car. Had Rhino Western Province on my car. And the next thing, Solly, the cameraman there, footage, the car outside, and the next thing on Super Saturday, there, they showed the footage of the rhino walloping in midair, and now you can imagine just what Terry Payne and Neil Andrews had to say on that show. I mean, it was chaos. And that's where the name came from, and everybody still, and everywhere I went, I mean, a couple of times been to London, I've heard people even in London as I'm walking at Piccadilly shouting, "Rhino!" Hey, what the heck is this? And then someone that I know, ex-cricketers or whatever, yeah, in London. Mikey Holding also had us around and gave a call and said, "Rhino." So, yeah, that's how the name, all because of
The way
Mike Hazeman, yeah. Idiot. Yeah, well, that's the fun we've had. Yeah, and Mike Hazeman always up for fun. We've had some marvelous trips in Zimbabwe, especially. I had the privilege there. I must tell you another story of nicely driven, of how good people in cricket are. You know, Jeff Crow, who's the match referee, is around the world, played for New Zealand. What's the actor's name? It's his brother's son? Martin. Yeah, his brother's son, actor. And he was just one heck of a marvelous man. And on the off day, I'm working with Tony Gregg. Man, what a privilege to sit in a commentary box and you. Oh, there we go! I thought there was an outside edge there, just did it bounce short.
I think that just turned
Whoa.
on the square.
Yeah, but he went and drove at that one. Gavin Kaplan, it's dangerous doing that. Let's have a look at this delivery again. Oh, nicely flighted. I'm scared to give it a bit of air, Eugene.
If you've got 300 runs in your credit, this was that delivery. Just turned.
And prodigiously.
Yeah, that was slightly wider, so there could be more rough out there.
Yeah, and so Tony Gregg's in the hotel. The room was right opposite mine. And this would be the routine every day after cricket. A shower, in your towel, he'd come and sit outside his room with his chair. I had to sit this side with my chair. Bottle of wine between us, glass of wine. And he'd be telling me the do's and don'ts of commentary. What to do on air, what not to do, explaining to me the intricacies, and tell me the most amazing stories of his trips around the world. It was, wow, I felt privileged. And he said to me, you've got talent, now we got to nurture it. And yeah, I'm so thankful to a lot. Greggy, question gets asked, another an appeal from Carl Verheyen, umpire unmoved, end of the over. And the nicest thing is that people like Tony Gregg took an interest, wanted to help you. Robin Jackman, Trevor Quirk, Kweti Gruvier. Those are the people that really helped me in broadcasting. And yeah, only man who's with us still is the Wash. See him now and then, Trevor Quirk. But really guys with wealth of experience, to have learned from people like that, it's just been one amazing journey. Wow, for which I am forever, ever, ever thankful.
No, 100%. Well, 8 minutes to go to that lunch break. Thanks for the stories, Rhino. It was, I know, it's all because of how you leapt from a boat, maybe the big splash, and then maybe the head popping up above water level.
Well, if there was a rhino in the water, I wouldn't have been around. Or a hippo. Those things seems with such big jaws, my goodness me. When they open their mouth, hippos, oh, massive.
Said to the Cape Fox there, the most aggressive animal, the hippo.
It's not something that normally would attack you, but I think if you're in its space,
Yeah.
because they normally, what they do when they're in the water, they mate around each other like this, and they're very protective of their offspring. So, good luck if you want to come within 10 yards from them. Good luck.
Got no need to get 50 yards near them.
Nah.
Not even the shark. Shark can do what he does. He's all right. Every time we're down there at Stellenbosch, we talk about the snakes.
You never see me going close to that mountainside. I always sit around and look because it gets hot there when you commentate. I think of all the animals and things, it's the most scariest thing for me. I hate snakes. I can't stand them. Sorry. They just give me the
heebie-jeebies.
Yeah, I admire lions and hippos, and from a distance, because you know what's going to happen if you have crocodiles, if you're going to go near there, you're looking. But snakes, no, doesn't do it for me. I mean, I can't even watch these snakes handle this. I get the jitters. Nah.
I was driving to Langebaan one day. As I'm driving on a sweltering day, this one was trying to cross the road. obviously he saw me coming, and then he just picks up his head like that, and then you just have to go, because you don't want to drive off over them or close to them, because they might be just sitting onto the axle of the car. And then what?
Now, they're cunning little animals.
They
They can be big too.
They're all lovely creatures. All creatures are lovely.
Not snakes. Just keep them far away from here. I'm scared of them. Terrified. Oh, that's in a good position. He's pulled that in front of square, and he'll get 4. Swiveled nicely. He got into position. Ball just stood up. And with absolute pizzazz and class, Kaplan pulled that for 4.
Oh, it's the full extension. And that creates the power. And the man there, Moreki, he had no price. So that went for papers. And this is a good response so far from Goldrush Boland after losing the captain early doors.
It was about 2 days ago, about 3 guys went rhino poaching. Do you hear the story?
No.
Yeah, they went rhino poaching. I don't know what place, and unfortunately for them, they bumped into a pride of lions. So you know what happened then.
We're at that stage again where I'll be doing some gardening, doing my gloves, walking up and down, asking my mate, listen, what do you think? Just so that the next 4 minutes can go by very, very quickly. Were you particular about a side that you wanted to bowl from? The reason why I'm asked, and I spoke to Cape Fox, Josh Breard has not bowled from this end in the first innings. He bowled from near here, closer to us from the commentary side. What's your thoughts on that? I know bowlers are very particular about ends they do bowl at, and especially when they've taken wickets.
Yeah, I think everybody has a preferred end. I think conversations in the changing room would probably be sometimes, especially when it comes to a leg spinner or a spinner. Which side of the wicket has roughened up the most? Which side's going to give you the most purchase or what? So I don't have a problem if he's tried from an end. If not successful and he feels uncomfortable, I think it's his prerogative to go to the captain to say, listen, I rather feel comfortable from coming again, say from the Nederburg end than bowling from the Drakenstein end where he's bowling from now. But if maybe senior players in the side, a Carverena, 1 or 2 others have said, listen, we've seen a bit rough. Remember, Western Province also batted a long time. So batsmen would normally give the young leg spinner a good indication of which end to come from. But I think most times, I mean, yesterday morning I stood there and Moreki and Paarl were having a conversation, and he just said to him, Paarl, which side would you like to bowl from? You this, and Paarl said, well, I don't mind. You tell me. And Moreki just turned around and said, no. You take your pick. I'll do it. I'm not fussy. And rightfully so, because the senior bowler has got the right to choose where he wants to come from.
Well, 1 ball to go. Clock says 12 or 8. There might still be another over. I would even throw the ball to a Jean James. I haven't seen an offie from Western Province as yet in this match. It's somebody different. We've seen men that can take the ball away. There's the gardening, there's the glove, there's the helmet. I think Kaplan has seen this all before. He knows how to play this game.
Well, just remember 4, the next over not to be bowled. The umpire is still walking in. It must get to 12. If he's in position and it gets to 12-10, they'll bowl that over. And I think he's going to get into, but there'll be 1 more.
Well, he's walking.
Yeah, Marie Erasmus doesn't waste time. And it's not a slow walk. It's not that hungry yet.
You can't see the clock now because it shows maiden over. And I think we will have that over.
Here we go, 12-10. What's he saying? Lunch.
Yeah, that's lunch. It's taken far too long. And I think Western Province got themselves to blame there.
Yeah, they were changing the field and taking too long. And Marie says, come on in. He wants the ball. Thank you very much. To do umpires take the balls with him and put it on the table. Yeah. The old days of cricket, did the opposition team hold on to the ball, eh? I think I'm going back many, many years ago. Not sure. Bottle tops came out. Ball and reverse swing after lunch. Stick some bubble gum and shine it. Some cream on the arm and on the old shirt. We've all done those tricks, Eugene. We played club cricket. Keep that ball shining for as long as possible, or spit it. So we wet it so that the leather gets heavy on the one side, so you can give it to the seamers to try and reverse swing it. So it would be heavy on the one side, and the other side would keep shining, so that you get the ball to reverse. Yeah. I think a lot of us sometimes, I know guys were bowling reverse swing, and they didn't even realize that they were bowling the reverse swing. 58 for 1 at lunch are the men from Paarl. They've managed to keep Western Province at bay for now. Good start. Milan on 22, Kaplan on 17. Deficit still 311 runs to actually force Western Province to bat again. We're going to go for some lunch, and we'll see you in 40 minutes' time. this Goldrush Boland innings. They've got to fight for survival here. It's the only thing they're going to do. And Boland has done a good job so far. Once he gets himself in and he gets himself stationed at that wicket, Gavin Kaplan, the two of them are capable of making big, big scores. And Western Province would want to get those wickets. They need 9 more for victory, but still, Boland still has a deficit of 311 runs. It seems as if we're going to have change of ends here from Simmons is now going to come from the Nederburg end. He bowled, he got his success, and he got his 6 wickets, both from the top end there, James, the Drakenstein end. And now it seems to be a change of ends for Carl Simmons. He's been wonderful, so is Josh Peart.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with the leg break bowler, Josh Brett. We know Carl Simmons, such a valuable bowler for World Sports Betting Western Province. Having a look at his career strike rate, Jeremy. And it's gets a wicket every 55 balls in first-class cricket. Oh, that's very good for a left-arm spinner. 66, this is his 67th match, and just gone over 270 wickets.
Peel, not given.
Yeah, we would have known straight away, wouldn't we, with Maria Erasmus? One that's just sliding down leg side, I think, that one.
Yeah, I think Carl Simmons thought that would straighten up. Maria Erasmus was not pleased. He was forward a little bit, but he just felt that one would have just gone on and missed leg stump. And normally, with Maria Erasmus, he gets them right.
Isn't it? So we have mentioned it before, but wonderful to have a man with his experience out there in the middle.
Yeah, no, all the experience in the world. That's what exactly you need. He just lifts the game.
Yeah.
He lifts the games of his colleagues as well. That's what you're going to have there, that you know that he'll be chatting and talking and encouraging, and that's the type of person he is. And that's great to have people like that around you with such positive effect. It just lifts the whole demeanor, the whole panel gets lifted. And the experience, you can't buy experience.
No.
It's something you earn and gain, but experience can never be bought. And Maria Erasmus is just that type of character. Masisi Kampu has had a good game as well. So both of them have been excellent. End of the over, 60 for 1.
Jeremy, we were chatting a bit about it yesterday, and you were talking on air about it as well. Just what a good group of umpires we do have here in South Africa, the first-class umpires. A couple of umpires now on the international panel. Adrian Holdstock, Aladdin Palaka, I think is also in there as well. And really have got some good umpires that are coming through from the ladies' side as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what you call all the growth of the game. You allow people to grow, and those with experience impart the knowledge to those coming up, and that's so important to do that. And as long as the people learn and they haven't got ego problems, because some people can allow the egos to run away with them. If you learn and you take the advice given to you from experienced people, you're going to become better. And it's all about the game at the end of the day. So yeah, there is a very, very good crop of umpires in South Africa. Patterson, back to where he operated from yesterday.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit of a burst after lunch, just to see if he can entice one of these two into playing a false shot. We know he'll be in and around that off stump or fourth stump line.
And he's used his quick ball as well because he's given them bursts of 4 or 5 overs. So probably the right thing to do. And say to them, right, it is hot. So come on then guys, you give it your all. You don't want to be bowling your bowlers into the ground. They've got another match starting on Monday, isn't it?
That's right, Monday.
So yeah, Monday. It's a match here, match at Newlands, all to play for.
Yeah, very important 2 games, and it's going to be interesting to see how the other matches pan out in this round of matches, because we've got that one at Potchefstroom. Looks like that will be going and heading for a draw.
Well, that'll go for 4. Don't mind that. It's a good delivery it was. Squeezed out by Milan.
Yeah, so you don't think that he intended it to go there in the gap between the keeper and the solid. Simmons in there.
Looked to me as if he just got a bit, maybe squared a bit, but yeah. We're going to have another squeeze at this. The previous delivery went for 4. That's the other problem. You've got to listen to the commentators.
So that's immediately brought a change, bringing a slip in, an extra person into the slip cordon now. I feel that he's got out on the leg side. Jeremy has got a man at deep square, so perhaps the surprise short ball might be coming from Patterson.
Yeah, or might just be a bluff sometimes to put the man there, and then you think he's brought in an extra slip, but he's gone a bit wider. He's got the gully positioning, so I like that field placing because Patterson is that type of bowler where you can. So you might just even the one that comes back to you, step a bit over and be adjudged LPW, and that's the man. He's not normally a guy that will bounce you.
No, he's not.
But if he does do it as a surprise element, I wouldn't be surprised as well, James, because he's gun barrel straight. That's what he is.
What I love about him, and having watched him over a few seasons now, is just how he sets up the batter in an over. Seen him just bowl the one that goes away, keeps going away, and then he'll just bring that one in as he's got you to go, just thinking you're going that little bit wider, and then he gets that one to come in and either gets you LBW or takes the top of off. And he's become a very skillful bowler. And we were talking about this the other day. And at 36 years old now, and plenty of wickets. He's got the, out of these 2 teams here, the most number of wickets in first-class cricket. It's with that one he took in the first innings, 647 first-class wickets for Dane Patterson now.
Yeah, it's a heck of a lot. He's been around the block and probably almost into the twilight. Oh, well bowled. I still think a silly point to me is vital to have in there.
Yeah, I agree. Got 305 runs to play with before Western Province even have to bat again. And then you'll get Milan thinking a little bit more about lunging forward.
Exactly. Bold. $65 for 1.
What I'm going to be interested to see is what Daniel Smith's tactics will be if they don't take a wicket in the next sort of half an hour or so. Maybe even they get to drinks and they haven't lost a wicket. What is he going to try and do? How's he going to change it up? Is there going to be something he's going to do? Because watching that game earlier in the season at Newlands against the Dolphins, thought that perhaps Western Province were a little bit guilty of just letting the game meander, and hence they lost that game by just the one wicket they needed in the end to close the game out. Ethan Bosch playing a very good innings there for the Dolphins to win that game, when really it should have been Western Province's to win.
Wicket, I mean, you can look at it. It's still very, very good wicket. Batting hasn't had any gremlins. Hasn't been a snake pit. Still been an even contest between bat and ball. Yeah, you've had spin. And it's good to see. There's been a variety, though, what I like. To the leg spinner, the left arm spin. They both take the ball away from the batsman. And that's why Patterson has been gun barrel straight, because, you know, that's the line and length. You've got to go on the drive here. You can drive it on the up. That's why the man's at short cover. And then you've got extra cover there and point and a solitary slip. And you also got a short mid-wicket in. And square leg on the fence. So he's got his bases covered.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the field. You were saying that. I do like the field. I think it's gives you the opportunity to drive outside the off stump, but there's risk involved there.
It's maybe too straight. And he's got the 5-4 field setting. 5 on the offside.
And I think just, you say, talking about, I mean, the wicket, as you say, there's really, it's still a good batting wicket. Day 3, done a good job. Rupert Bailey, the groundsman. That first innings of Goldrush Boland, really, it was the application of the batters. And good bowling from World Sports Betting Western Province, from the spinners in particular. Kyle Simmons, very good in that first innings, but the batting left something to be desired.
Well, that's in the air! And given. He cannot believe it, Milan. But I think he's been undone here.
Well, it's the surprise short ball from Dane Patterson. Hasn't bowled one at all this morning, or this afternoon, should I say. And that short one, he tries to almost play it with almost a tennis bat type of smash from outside the line of the off stump. And he has to make his way back to the pavilion. Shouldn't have even been playing at that. And Patterson gets his man.
Yeah, second wicket down. There's the surprise element. 66 for 2 now. Milan gone. for 27 of 80 balls.
Well, as Aviwa Mgajima comes out to bat to join Gavin Kaplan. Yeah, fascinating actually. He didn't have to play at that ball at all.
Not at all. Could have just ducked under it. And there's a man out.
Yeah. You have to credit the bowler and the captain there with the tactic. It certainly worked.
He's a wily fox, this Patterson. Been around the block. Ooh, that was a close shave. Too close for comfort there. For Makajima.
Our partnership of 39 between Kaplan and Milan comes to an end. And that was the one they needed to be in the 3 digits to get them anywhere near. You'd feel that deficit still looming large on the scoreboard.
End of another good Patterson over. 1 for 11 in his 7. 66 for 2.
It's an all to do for the top batter for Goldrush Boland this season, Gavin Kaplan and Aviwa Mgajima. Had a couple of good seasons here at Boland since making the move from Western Province. Gavin Kaplan as well made the move beginning of last season up the N1 here to Paarl, and this season he's just gone over 700 runs for the season in this innings. That is a Boland record in a season of first-class cricket.
Yeah, it was a good move for him. It's all about opportunities, grabbing them, short legs in. I love that. I mean, silly point.
Yeah.
Love it. There we go. All out attack. Okay, Brett, you come to the boundary. If you miscues one, you're in business. For the drive, there's the short cover. There's protection on the fence, on the offside.
Yeah, absolutely no reason why they shouldn't attack.
No, 7-2 offside field.
Yep.
That's the way. That's where you got. Force him if he wants to play on the leg side. If you go to straight, he's going to work you through there. Other than that, give him a work over. Here we go. Well, bold. Yeah, just be looking as if you want to take wickets. Be forward thinking. Get the batsman thinking
Yeah.
about what he needs to do next. Beaten, hands down. See, that's the tentativeness that comes out now. Batsman's thinking, where 7-2 offside. I need to try and work it to the onside. The ball's turning away from me, so I can't really play that shot. Got to wait till it's fuller. It's turning. It's beaten the bat outside that off stump. It's come down the straight. And lovely bowling.
Yeah, he's got it on a string at the moment, Carl Simmons. But it's early days in the captaincy career of Daniel Smith, but I really like what I'm seeing. Jeremy, he seems to me to be a innovative, he's a thinking captain.
Can't have a surname like Smith and you're not innovative.
That's true. Very true.
It's good to see. The other thing we were talking so much about, do players and the big thing to me, some of them just don't have the know-how of those that have been there before, that done the job. And the other thing is, do they read cricketing books?
Yeah, it's a good question actually, because there's so many good cricketing books out there, and stories as well that you get from the players that have played before, the greats, just their stories. There are plenty of books out there. I think of the one that Bob Woolmer, that I've got in my cupboard, Bob Woolmer authored in terms of the coaching aspects and so many other aspects of the game. And I think you're right, to be a good captain, I feel you need to be a student of the game.
Well, if you look at probably one of the greatest captains England ever had, if you really want to talk the art of captaincy, is to see a guy like Mike Brearley.
Yes.
When he was captain of England. Well, you don't have to go far to look here.
No.
Smith.
Yeah, absolutely.
One of the best we've had. Graham. Now, would someone be advising Daniel? I'm just, as a matter of a phone call to the great man,
Yeah.
to
I
Smith,
know.
and just say, listen, just want to bounce some ideas of you and talk about captaincy. I think that's such an important component, especially, and he's so similar to Smith. He opens the batting. He's now captain of this Western Province team. It's worth a phone call.
Yeah.
Advice from one of his coaches or management to say, all right, let's set up a meeting. And all it's got to do is around a cup of coffee. Nothing more. Cup of coffee, have a chat. Say, how did you do this? Talk about captaincy. Just a few more things in the bank.
Absolutely, and game situations, what you do in this sort of situation, how you manage it, maybe even in terms of just leadership. That's well done by Patterson on his follow through, and that's so important because, as you say, you have got some great captains. I mean, as you say, Graham Smith, the most successful captain in South Africa's history. From a world point of view, the man who scored the most runs as a captain, the man with the most captaincies in Test cricket of any nation, anywhere that's played cricket, and what a brain to be able to pick in terms of captaincy.
Well bowled. Excellent delivery.
Aviva Ngajima, he's looked all at sea since he's come in.
He's got to get into line here. Makajima, he's been beaten hands down.
Ooh.
Very tentative.
Yeah.
Oh, that was short. It got the treatment it deserved as well. If you get an air yarn length and go wide outside that off stump, any good batsman worth his salt should cut that for 4.
Gavin Kaplan loves it there, and it stands up tall. and plays it through the covers. That is trademark Gavin Kaplan. Moves into the 20s. And Boland's batting and their progress in this innings, you feel he's the player that's got to stay there.
Yeah, and others have got to bat around him. I mean, they need partnerships, that's the thing. They're not going to, there's no ways they're going to have an impact. The thing is the big thing they should say to each other, got to bat for 2 days.
Yeah.
Again, this youngster, he gets into good positions, Kaplan, which is good to see. 2 more to the total. Adams just popping in, back from the under-19 World Cup.
Yeah, lovely to say hello to Paul Adams. And he'll be admiring, I'm sure, the work here from Carl Simmons and Josh Breert as well.
Yeah, and he was a good leggy himself back in the day.
Yeah.
Jorge Adams.
Was it 130 odd, 133,
Yeah,
I think it was.
130 odd, test wickets.
Yeah.
He was the quickest to go to 100, I think.
Yes, I think he
in
was.
30 test matches.
Yeah.
For a spinner in South Africa to go to 100 test wickets was 30 test matches. My memory serves me correctly. Driven.
Yeah, and he's been doing some excellent work. He was with the SA Under-19 girls at the World Cup at the beginning of last year. Now, as well as you said here, now with the Under-19 men as well in Namibia for the World Cup and Zimbabwe. Disappointing campaign for our SA Under-19s, just the one win.
Yeah, it has been disappointing.
And, a match taking place there today, Jeremy, England Under-19 against Australia Under-19. And that is a clash of the Titans. And England Under-19 posting 277 for 7 in their 50 overs against Australia. That's a good total in Bulawayo.
$74 for 2.
And young man we saw out here last year, Thomas Root, the captain and wicket-keeper, getting a century there, 110 for England.
I remember him.
His brother James Root plays for Somerset. And looks like a youngster, Thomas Root, with a great future ahead of him.
So many of them. This is who has the BMT to take it to the top. Not just about ability.
No.
It's also about mental toughness, resolve. Kaplan's looked comfortable against Patterson, but Makajima has given him a bit of a workover.
beaten him a couple of times, squaring him up.
The outer half of the bat. Oh, hold in there. Is that Nyaka? Is that Katimi?
Katime, yeah.
Oh, he's quick. It was nice and quick around the turf. Valentine.
Yeah, I think that's something that's really good in his game, is that he really works hard on his fielding. Saw him take an absolute blinder of a catch. I think it was, I'm just trying to think which game that was, at Newlands in a 4-day game, fielding at short leg, just brilliant reflexes. And he's certainly works hard on his fielding.
Oh, that's good. And his batting has improved, which is a major, because that's what he gets picked for in this Western Province team. And yeah, it seems as if he's come of age this season. It's taken a while, and selectors have repaid the faith, and now he's got to repay them back.
Yeah.
By saying, well, you've had the faith in me, and he's done that thus far this season, which is good.
Yeah, 350s and 100 in first-class cricket. He's maiden 50 and his maiden 100 in first-class cricket in his 3rd season. So as you say, faith was put in him, the promise that was seen in him as a youngster, SA under 19.
Again, short. That will be 4. Well, he got him into that one quite well, Nakajima. And I think the short ball is now overrated.
Yeah, it was fine as a surprise delivery, and he got the wicket of Peter Malan, but he's looked so much better to Aviwa Mgajima when he's been pitching that one short of a length in and around off stump. Mgajima's short man, he's good on the pull, and that one he's dispatched in between the 2 men out in the deep.
He pierced the gap with ease. That's where you want to be. Just closing in.
Yes, he was having one of those 5-minute naps there, and just slightly disturbed by the frog in a blender, was it?
I'm not happy about that at all. What have we got here? 6-3?
Yeah.
Onside.
Yeah.
It's good running. See, it's just here. The field gets changed round and round the merry-go-round, and that's just where batsmen say, right, okay, we're going to use this opportunity, but time for me to have a break, and in steps the giraffe.
31 overs gone, 83 for the loss of 2. Gavin Kaplan, 24. Aviwa Mgajima on 11. And it's a hearty post-lunch hello to Eugene Molion.
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm not sure what the frog in a blender was thinking about. It's tough work, this. Just want to chill for a bit.
Yeah, it's important. We need to keep ourselves fresh, keep the mind sharp. Very important to bring you all the insights and all the analysis. Carl Simmons continues into his 12th over. 3 maidens, 1 for 22. He's been very good again in this innings.
Yeah, he has, and he's shown a great deal of patience. He's given his captain and team control at this end, going for under 2 runs to the over. That's what you want, that's what you expect. So a mammoth 287 runs still needed by Boland. That's what they need just to get back in the red.
Yep. They just need to bat and bat and bat. That's basically what they're going to have to do for the best part of 5 sessions, you feel, to save the game. And not going to save the game if you missing that shot outside the off stump.
Calvarena just giving him, just showing, maybe just get your hands a little bit higher, fella. Maybe then you try and get on top of it. Such a character.
Yeah.
Well, which keeper isn't?
Yeah. Oh, well. Yeah, that one turned just a little bit more. I think it would have been a very large appeal. Kojima doing the right thing now, just stepping away. So yeah, probably a little bit of a change of line now from Carl Simmons with the Selimadov going to short leg. That's good work from Jivishan Pillay at extra cover. Another maiden from Carl Simmons. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 22. Keeping a bit of an eye on what's happening elsewhere in the country.
Yeah, some interesting things. Titans finally declaring 541 all out.
Wow.
So their mass there looks like that is 360 runs. There and thereabouts.
Yeah.
355, I think it is.
Yeah, exactly. 200.
And now it's just a case for the Tuskers to sort of bat out that game. And then the Lions are 40 for 2, effectively 147 for 2, with that lead that they've had there with 8 wickets in hand against the Warriors. And that is another important clash. It's crunch time here for all these teams in the 4-day CSA series challenge, or series I should say, 4-day series. Moreka is back into the attack.
Yeah, I thought that might have been Dame Patterson's last over. They're going to be rotating the seamers, it looks like, from the southern end of the ground.
And Gavin Kaplan has looked like the Gavin Kaplan that we've come to see in this season's 4-day series. 24 now of 65 deliveries. I'm trying to put the mockers on him, but
Yeah.
he's certainly been full worth of his leading run scorer tag that he's had in this series.
We were talking about Josh Breart getting a call up to that camp in January. Gavin Kaplan as well called up there in not involved with the SA20.
We spoke about Moreki. This will give you a good
Yes.
idea of what we spoke about early on.
I was watching him with that first delivery when he came through, exactly what you were talking about, and you can see it very clearly from this end, which is interesting. I mean, I guess the question then is, has he always done that? Is that something he's always done? More than likely it is.
Well, he has. The thing is, somebody must have come along and chatted to him. Like I said, there are things that are unique to individual bowlers, the individual players. It's just certain things. Just we'll have a little bit of a chat about. But it's it's very difficult to do that in season.
Yes.
It's a lot of work off season, and the body gets used to a certain way of bowling as well. Got to remember that. It's like walking. Everybody have their unique way of walking. And all of a sudden you try and change that, and all of a sudden you have the old, oh, this part of my body's not so great.
Yeah.
That knee is sore. Oh, this foot is sore.
Yeah, and you hit the nail on the head there completely. When you change something, something else gives.
That is why it's so important for young coaches. Coach the individual, coach the player. Can't paint everybody with the same brush.
Mm-hmm. That's a very important point that you make. So, I mean, as a coach, when you're even at a very young age, it's important to work with those youngsters, whether they're coming through under 9, under 10, at any of those stages, particularly around their technique and from a bowling point of view, I'll get to it now. Just in terms of how they're approaching the wicket. I mean, maybe the run-up that they're taking. Are they, because a lot of youngsters like to take a long run-up. They think they take a long run-up, they're going to bowl fast. But it's not about that. It's about making sure that you're getting that technique right. I think of a youngster that played for a very talented hockey player, youngster who was got to under 12, under 13 level. In fact, then even beyond that into high school. And his bowling technique, he had almost a skip step before he went into his gather and bound. And it was never corrected at junior level, which it should have been. And then essentially, even though he was at junior level, at school level, a wicket taker, he could bat as well. But when it got to the point in high school where he was, looking to maybe people were looking at him as a potential talent to move on, that he couldn't get beyond that technique that he had from a bowling point of view.
Let's start with your first point you made there about the run-up. And the run-up is so unique, again, to each individual. I'm going to use the example of a Mark Wood for bowls for England. And when he came on the scene, he had a very short run-up. And it was almost rushed. And yeah, he still bowled quickly, but he felt like he never was in rhythm. Then he lengthened his run-up. He's a very fit man.
Yeah.
Though, yeah, he's been plagued with injuries as well. And when he lengthened his run-up, he felt that he was in more rhythm. And then he hit the crease when he delivered the ball very hard, and you can see how that explodes. I used the example of Mitchell Johnson yesterday.
Yes.
From Australia. And men that, they need a little bit of rhythm, but sometimes you can also build a good rhythm from a shorter run-up. It just depends if you can get into that rhythm a little bit quicker. Things are settled. And that's a very important point you make there about youngsters and their run-up and everything else. It's not just their run-up.
No.
It's how relaxed you are in the run-up. Are the arms moving? Are you relaxing the shoulders? Because ultimately when you get into your bound, your arms need to get up and do their thing, and then you need to then get them to explode when your feet get that strong, stable base to really let that ball go. And it's so many moving parts, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, just talking about, it's very interesting, and I'm going to talk to you about a player that we were watching at the school's SA20, Switch School's SA20, not this past weekend, the weekend before. And talking about the youngster Raiz, I'm trying to think of his surname now. Isaacs, there we go, Raiz Isaacs. And what a prospect he is. And I was chatting with Graham October on the Sunday afternoon. We were at Newlands. He came up into the media centre. Neatly played by Ngajima once again, just drops a little bit short that time, Carl Simmons. And another single, 86 for 2. And what I think was very interesting from Graham October, those of you that don't know who he is, he's the talent acceleration program lead for the Western Cape area for Cricket South Africa, and works and identifies talent, works with the talent, with the youngsters that are coming through, and has done for many, many years, and is a fantastic servant of South African cricket. 86 for 2 now after 34 overs. What he was saying there is, with Raiz Isaacs, yes, he is certainly identified, and from a TAP point of view, they've identified him as a talent coming through. What he was saying, to your point, is so Graham doesn't have the technical expertise to be able to now work with him. So he's not worried, maybe he's concerned that his if you could call it technique, the way that he bowls, the way that he runs up to the wicket, how he runs with his arms close to his side. Maybe that's not so much of the issue, but just in terms of concern that technically he might be placing too much strain on a certain part of his body, and he wouldn't want to necessarily change the way that he sets himself up too much, but he's concerned that might affect him into the future. So to get somebody to look at that technically to make sure that he doesn't get injuries.
Yeah, that is something that every coach has to be aware of, especially somebody like Raiz Isaacs, who plays for Boys High, Paarl Boys High here, and he's not an overly tall boy at this stage of his development. He might get taller, but yeah, he certainly bustles in, and when he lets the ball go, he's somebody, and that's the key. He's somebody that loves to let the ball go as fast as he can. Yeah. Which we saw last 2 weeks ago. But just so much as batting as well. I mean, we're talking about coaching individuals. There are certain fundamentals about both batting and bowling. You can only get into trouble there.
Yeah, Ngajima, just a little bit of extra bounce and effort from Mareki, and he's trying to flay that one away into the offside.
There are definitely fundamentals batting and bowling that you just got to stick by.
Yeah.
Ultimately, you're guided by what the outcome is, and if the outcome is very positive, well, why change it?
Yeah.
Only if it is injury prevention, as you've mentioned, then you got to really look strong and hard about that.
I mean, you and I have done a lot of work together on commentary. We've seen a lot of players, a lot of bowlers, and you comment a lot, I mean, being a former fast bowler yourself, just in terms of bowlers that have got a wonderful rhythm. So rhythm in their run-up, rhythm through the crease, that they move through the crease almost so smoothly. And that is something that we often highlight when we're talking about a bowler, and those are often the bowlers that don't have the injuries, or that they don't break down that often.
Yeah, to me, it's one concern is the bowling fitness part. Vern Philander speaks a lot about being bowling fit, and boys at school, the amount of T20 cricket they're playing and shorter format games they're playing, they don't necessarily have the advantage of bowling longer spell. I mean, every time I tell you, when you're watching a 50-over game, I want to see how he is at over number 3.
Yeah.
First 2 overs, he's giving it all. He's giving it rice, as they say. But after that, they sort of tail off. Then you see why it's being bowled, and that's just being bowling fit.
Oh, off the inside half of the bat. A false stroke from Ngajima. They'll turn for the second as Britt does the fielding out at square leg. Not quite where he intended that one to go. Maybe a slight moral victory for the bowler here. And
Yeah, at some stage here, Western Province might feel a little bit antsy. Nothing's happening. They prized the wicket of Peter Milan with a rare short ball that was bowled by Paarl. But this is where Boland should just be saying, yeah, let's keep frustrating them, and that's how batting sometimes get easier.
Yeah, ball is.
But I'm looking at the scoreboard. There's still 55 overs remaining at the end of this one in the day's play. And so that misfield's going to allow them to come through. They receive the first sign of hands on hips, teapots out. And what Western Province should be saying here, right, let's keep going. Let's still be patient. Bottom right, it says 281. That's a deficit that they're still going to make up, Goldrush Boland. And we could have another crack at them with a second new ball.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, all these facets they need to think about. I mean, I spoke to Jeremy about it, and I think that is why. I mean, this is a game of chess, first-class cricket. And sometimes you just got to, you know, take the punches and then eventually get your chance to attack, sort of. But likewise, yeah, Western Province, they just need to keep chipping away, keep applying pressure. They're not eating into that deficit very quickly. So it's still a lot of runs.
Yeah, massive amount of runs they still have to get to make Western Province bat again. And Kyle Simmons will keep attacking. I've got the man still in there at silly mid-off, Valentine Kitime. And he's become a little bit of a close-in fielding specialist, Kitime.
No, he has. The other thing I think Western Province should maybe try is bowl John James.
Yeah.
I know he's an off-spinner.
Yeah.
And this is sort of the conundrum, the reluctance at times
Yes.
of teams bowling off-spinners, especially when right-handers are in there. I just don't understand. I can understand it, but I just don't get it.
No, I certainly think it's worth giving him a
100%.
a run. Toss him the ball, maybe after Mareki's finished his spell. Off the outer half of the bat, past the slip down to short third for a single.
I sort of look at that as the same as people saying, seam bowlers must just take the ball away from the right-hander. You can bowl the ball back in. Shane Bond did that for New Zealand. Kai Ntini as well. He came slightly wide and had the ability to just have one hold his line as well. There's nothing wrong with it.
And you also see from time to time, which we perhaps haven't seen as much from Carl Simmons, I have seen him do this, is just vary the point of delivery and the width of the crease. So use the crease a bit more, maybe bowl from a little bit wider. I mean, just change that angle of attack to the batter.
Well, he's busy with his 14th. How many overs did he bowl in the first innings?
23 overs and 3 balls.
So, yeah, he's about 9 short of that at the end of this one. And I can already see there's a different sort of body language, I would say, from Kyle Simmons here. More frustration.
Yeah, it's not happening like it was in the first innings. And what you don't want is for your key spin bowler to just be going through the motions. So a change may be in order. Just give him a bit of a break. In this spell, he's already bowled 7 overs. In this spell, his first spell, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20. Got the early wicket of Clyde Reeves-Fontaine with an absolute beauty. That's pitched on off and turned past the bat of the Boland captain and hit the top of off stump.
Yeah, and now we have Daniel Smith and Carl Verena having a chat. You hardly saw this in that first innings. Things were going swimmingly along for World Sports Betting Western Province. Now they just got to find a way of prizing more wickets for themselves.
Well, 36 overs bowled. That entire innings, first innings of Goldrush Boland, 63 overs and 3 balls. They were 4 down in the 23rd over, I think it was. Yeah, 24th over. And there's nothing in it here really for the Pacers. The turn seems to be quite slow.
It is that way, and I think the pitch has slowed up. It's what you get. These days, 3 after all. The elements have been on it in terms of sun, wind, and everything else.
Gajima now, he's been there for 39 deliveries. This partnership just worth 24. It's come off now with just 2 balls short of 10 overs. He's faced the majority of those. He's faced nearly 7 overs. Gajima looked very scratchy when he came in.
He always is. Just, as I said, he's somebody that just likes to have that feel of bat on ball. When he gets going, sometimes the feet don't sort of work that well.
Wow.
See there, that's it. Ball on the legs, and he's hit that straight to square leg where Josh Breer takes the catch. And again, Avia Makajima has got to go back. Just with 16 runs to his tally. And it's the 40th ball that he's faced. That brings the end of Aviwa Makajima.
Well, just talking about it, he'd got himself in, he'd done all the hard work, and just a moment of maybe a lapse of concentration. And Gajima, he has to go, and the 3rd wicket goes down. And that is not at all what Goldrush Boland would have been looking for.
Well, and we can now say that is the 250th wicket for Moreki, and this has been that man, and he can notch it up and say Aviwa Makajima has been that dismissal for him.
Yeah, what a fantastic milestone that is for Paarl Moreki. 250 wickets, and he's into his 112th first-class match. So he has certainly done the hard yards to get to that milestone, and what a great milestone that is for him.
Now, without a shadow of a doubt, you keep notching it up as a bowler, number 50, then number 100, then 150, 200, and Paarl Moreki, 250 first-class matches. Oh, wickets, I should say, not matches. Hopefully he does get there as well.
Yeah.
But it's been a good performance. And that's what shows. Just be patient. That is what I spoke about. You just got to be patient here. They're not eating into that deficit too much or too quickly. And then all of a sudden, just a little bit of loss of concentration can bag your wicket.
And the ability to bat for long periods of time without losing that concentration is really the hallmark of a very good player, isn't it?
Oh, most certainly. And I'm sure the men from Goldrush Boland would have just sat in that dressing room thinking, listen, let's keep just notching up every hour, every session. That's what you got to do. That's the only thing they've got to do here. We're not even at drinks break here. on day 3 after lunch. So still a lot of time left today.
Yeah. 13th, we're into the 14th over after lunch. 59 for 1 at lunch, and they've lost Milan and Mgajima now. And Leon Buerta would not have been in this type of position before, you feel, and if he has, only once or twice, certainly not at club level.
No, that has come and gone. It's just one-day cricket now.
Yeah.
Maybe he had to battle out 50 overs, but this is a different type of pressure.
And before this match, just 8 innings in first-class cricket. In the first innings, he batted a long time for his 20-odd. He just got completely becalmed, and he wanted to make sure that doesn't happen again. And that one could easily have just got something on it down the leg side. Well taken by Verena.
The amount of strangles down the leg side we've seen at this ground is unbelievable.
Yeah, got a bit of a rueful smile from David Beddingham as well. Yesterday morning, chatting to him about just his innings. He came back with a 50, and then just that one down the leg side that he to Imran Manak. He just got just the faintest of touches to almost off the face of the bat into Clyde Reeves-Fortain's gloves. And the batter, it's always, oh, that's, you just don't want to get out that way.
A successful over. Wicket maiden for Moreke, which brought up wicket number 250 in his career. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18. His figures reads now 90 for 3. Goldrush Boland.
Well, looks like a schoolmaster is a cricket administrator. Nicely played by Kaplan down to Briet at long off, and it will soon be telling us the stories about his time as a match referee. Already 1 or 2 of those he's been able to share with us just in his fledgling career.
I'm going to have to get some confirmation from a third source to see how that actually went down.
In Benoni.
I think the one where the lights went off. Yeah, the Benoni story.
The Benoni one, yes.
I need to get third-party confirmation about that.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't come across as the calmest of persons at times. Jeremy Fredericks.
Lambert has just got to be a bit careful here, not to play back to the ones that are a little bit fuller. Carl Simmons, be looking to maybe just trap him on the crease. Maybe a bit more of a spring in his step this over, because the wicket fell in the previous one.
It doesn't it always?
Yeah.
No matter which person gets a wicket, whoever bowls, he suddenly gets a lease of life.
Yeah, it's just too short and easily played away for Buerta's first run. .92 for 3, Gavin Kaplan 27. Kaplan will just take the single off the last ball of the Simmons over, and it is going to be drinks, gentlemen, And we will be taking just a short break as well as the players taking theirs. And when we come back, it'll be Eugene Molion and Jeremy Fredericks.
I don't know who takes all the water in our fridge. At the house, the scorers have water. Because there's nothing there. There was no sugar. For me to make a quick cup of tea just now, you know. Oh. Come on out, let's make it. Yeah, drinks are something of the past now. Another hour before the tea break. Kaplan on 28. Poet has just got in after the departure of Avive Makajima. He did 16, he got 40 deliveries. Malan went for 27 and Clyde Fortuin went for 15. So Boland still 277 behind. Western Province looking for that 7 wickets for victory and take the trek 50 k's down the ride to Newlands with those points in the bag. They win it. They have 26 points they'll get out of this. We've worked it out, 26.2. Boland, for all their efforts, will get 3.2 points. Well, the Western Province will move into the 90s with points and they'll go ahead of Boland. That's what it means. And lots to play for still in this 4-day competition, Eugene.
Plenty. Not just here, but all around the country, and that's what you want. Should go down to the last round games and everything from top to bottom. Still lots to play, lots to gain for. Here, Mr. 250 himself. Still bowling here. Tepo Moreki. 1 for 18 of 7 overs.
Yeah, I'm sure Boland would look back at this game and think how disappointing they've been. Chance has gone a begging. They were in command. And on reflection, they'd say, guys, this is just, for us as professionals, it's been poor effort.
Yeah, with all the chat around, I can understand why. But that's, as a professional cricketer, job out in the middle. That's what's all important. Gavin Kaplan, 28 of 76 deliveries.
He's a top run scorer, but the big thing is you can't just expect him every time to make runs. It's a collective effort from a team. And it's expected of the other senior players to put their hand up and say, right, we'll take responsibility as well. Gavin Kaplan has done very, very well this season. That's why he's the highest scorer in this Boland side.
Well, if you look at Western Province first innings, there were no less than 5 men getting 50s, and then the 6th man getting a double 100.
Hence him getting to 533.
I just think again, we're not privy to the conversations that coaching staffs have. We can only surmise. But I just think your opening batter should be opening batter. Clyde Rees-Fontaine is a very good batter. He's a good number 4, good number 5. And it takes a lot to captain the side and then go and open the batting.
Cut away, 4.
Yeah, maybe just a hint of width outside that off stump, and his instinct still taking over here. Leon Botha, he's a man that loves to score. And I'm just thinking about Clyde Rees-Fontaine. He's a good leader. But you just want to get the best out of him. Where's the best? I still think maybe 4.
Yeah, the best thing is, I mean, what Boland do moving forward. It's an aging team. There's new blood needed here. How do they move forward? They've had a good season, no doubt about it. Still one day cup to come. But you just wonder. Some players maybe a breach too far.
Yeah, first and foremost, I look at the players that Boland do have. Peter Milan, he opens the batting. He should still stay up there. Depends who bats with him. If Rulofson's not available. Your number 3 is Gavin Kaplan. He's made that position his own. Then the likes of Clyde Rees-Fontaine can come in at 4, followed by Avi at 5, followed by Leon Botha, followed by Bressis. That takes you up to 7. That looks a little bit more meat on for me.
I agree with you.
Then you throw in your all-rounders. Yes, first-class cricket, 20 wickets, that's what you need. But you need something on the table, and that something is runs. And if you look at the bottom right there, Jeremy, 272, that's a lot of runs to still make up.
Yeah. And make Western Province bet. And try and win outright. Which that's not going to happen.
But yeah, again, no disrespect to anybody of these two teams. It's just our thoughts. That's all it is.
We're entitled to opinions, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they got it horribly wrong in this game. Opening the batting with Goldrush retain. I think you needed that extra bit of batting there. Especially what one's seen before and all season long.
The other way you can use that example is with the weight of runs Western Province scored, it allows the likes of Carl Simmons here. He just comes in and goes at less than 2 runs to the over. It allows bowlers to bowl and sort of find a way of getting batters out. That's what it's all about for me, first-class cricket. At times, the modern-day cricketer, they just want things to happen far too quickly.
Patience is the virtue. Sometimes you've got to grind for victory, you've got to work, fight. That's what makes you the good cricketer. Eventually. It's not all plain sailing.
Tuskers are now 35 for 1, still trailing by 220 runs. That game there against Titans in Pietermaritzburg, and the Lions are 49 for the loss of 2, effectively 156. I make it.
Lead.
That's correct. Lead of 156. Northwest Dragons 246 for 3 against the Dolphins. That's in day 4 in Potchefstroom. As Carl Simmons now goes off the field, as Van Heerden comes back on. Are we going to see a change of bowling at our end here? But Marek is going to continue. But a cloud cover coming in, Jeremy, cooling things down here, I think.
Yeah, very much so.
Always find it's a ground, you never know whether it's bringing rain or anything like that. If you're at Newlands and you see the direction of the wind, you know what's coming.
And you look at the mountain.
So just before you came on, Jeremy, we're going to put out a third-party source for your match referee stories. Because I, for one, know you're not as calm as what you are sitting there now. In the heat of battle, red mist does sometimes arise.
Where are you going to? Make your intentions clear.
I think my job is just to throw a little bit of petrol on the fire.
Who told you I'm not calm?
Jeremy, just a little bit of wine, just a little pork. Just pork the bear.
Well, depends who it is.
I think I'm allowed to poke the bear a few times because the amount of times, get a slap around the head.
Where are you getting with this?
No. I'm not taking it further. Just good to see you so calm. It's probably getting towards tea time for your schoon.
Waited for 3 days for scones. Haven't got them yet. Hinted on day one. Food's been good. No doubt about it.
Oh,
Food's been good all round. And I've hinted to a scone. Some cream. Some strawberry.
she gave me a good contact for Drovos, just down the road. They were magnificent.
I'm looking for scones.
Scones are also good. Maybe you'll get them today. Some water on? Is the kettle on?
It's tea time in 40 minutes. Less than that.
No, more than that.
You just make sure when you go out, you get that urn on. So that when I get out of here, the brew is good.
You do frequent the odd coffee shop. What's your go-to?
Well, they're at the gym where I am. It's a coffee shop right there, Seattle. Make nice coffee there in the morning.
Well, what is your go-to? Just normal Americano, or is it a cappuccino?
No cappuccino.
Cappuccino.
Sometimes a latte. I don't venture past the latte.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at you. You keep it very, very down the middle. You don't venture. You don't veer off. I have to say, I love a hazelnut latte.
I've had it once before. It's nice. Where's your favorite coffee shop? Seattle? Vida Cafe?
No, the boys at the club, they love to do a coffee before we go to the ground. There's one, I'm not going to say the name, that I said we're not going to ever again. Because every time we've gone there, we've lost. I'm a little bit superstitious like that. So we're not going to that one anymore, but we do frequent a few. We played Rondebosch not so long ago, and we went to, is it Mitchell's or something? Mitchell's or Michael's in Campground Road, on the corner opposite the school. That's a good one. To me, I don't mind. Everywhere is
Is this
good.
before cricket?
Yeah, before cricket. We meet at 8 o'clock. It's not me, it's the boys that brought it on. I'm falling in with their routine. So, home game this weekend, so I can tell you which one we're not going to. But I'm not sure which one we will be going to.
Not having coffee at Constantia?
Well, we'll keep that one quiet. President's not happy about that. And rightly so. Rightly so. Good coffee at the clubhouse in Constantia. You haven't returned since your last venture there.
Scared. The
Foxy did come for just one. was either one drink, 1 hour, or one session. I think it was the latter. Josh Breed back into the attack. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, naught for just 8 runs.
Been good, this youngster. Very impressive. Had a good game so far. 3 wickets in the first innings. Still wicketless now. But the 50 he got as well in the first innings.
Right, now then. He's moving mid-on. Deep.
Does he know something that we don't?
I can tell you why he's doing that. Because I think he feels that it's not easy to hit the ball down the ground. So he'll toss it up a little bit more, maybe a little bit straighter, because he feels maybe that way he might get a return catch a little bit, he might get a leading edge. That's why Valentin Katimi is in that short cover. So his thinking is about creating a gap here for batters to think they can do that a little bit easy, but might not be that easy. You need to get into a real good position. And that's just a little bit of insight from how he sees it, because we have spoken about this at length. Red Balloons has arrived. And that single brings up the 100 for Goldrush Boland in their second innings. Following on. 41.4 overs.
23 overs and 4 balls for the second 50.
Can't win. Oh, that's just a loaded slip there. I think he was lucky. He knows it too, Kaplan. I'll come back for 3, but that was close.
Again, Kaplan just with a little bit of a fend, trying to just ride the turn and the bounce, and just eludes Daniel Smith.
I don't know why wouldn't they have it now. Attack is the best form of defense.
I'm not going to go back to that. I told you, I can't understand why. Oh, no.
He's nearly given it away. Nearly.
See, that's why. Bring the men in. Great chances like that.
One of 5 for 3.
Well, the TikTok man is back. Dube. He's going to come in to have a bowl now. Ayanda, the manager of World Sports Betting Western Province, doing his round as well. Always have a lot to say. And then it's great to having Jeremy just say, no, you're wrong. Beautiful. I mean, what is there that Jeremy hasn't seen? And then they try to pull wool over his lies.
Well, he's pulled that away. Good fielding on the boundary. Is that Moreke?
That is
Yeah,
Marek.
he is very athletic. Wow. Just got up, skittled it in, and only one. It's good fielding.
Because that ball was racing away. Kaplan now faced 87 deliveries, and you know his job is nowhere near done.
More intent now from the Boland batsman.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to stick with your normal instinct.
Yeah. It's very silly to be reckless, but you also don't want to be bogged down to. You don't also want the scoreboard to stand still. You're not scoring. And when the opportunity arises, you've got to take those opportunities. Something brewing here, weather-wise.
Yeah, I think we'll be all right for today, but what type of clouds are they? They are stratus clouds. They're sort of streaking across. Yeah. Joburg, you just have cumulonimbus, the ones that bring the thunder and lightning.
Thanks for coming. Pulled again. This time, well in front of square, and that'll be 4.
Well, as soon as he hit that, Moreke didn't even bother. He just said, taxi, and goes and gets the ball. Was well pulled away, yet again, by Kaplan. And again, the short ball. Bar the one.
111 for 3.
That got the wicket of Peter Malan. One short ball, that was it. My feet are off the ground.
So is the Fox.
3 ones for 3.
I'm past that stage in my life. Superstitious. It's getting old. I'm past that. It's overrated.
I'm sure there are things you do in a particular way.
No, you have your rhythm, but I'm not superstitious about anything.
I have to be. I told you about the golf and your shorts belt scenario with me. Did I tell you that story? I was 3 holes, played golf, obviously with mates, and 3 holes I played absolute rubbish. And I was just, and then obviously I'm teeing off last, because obviously my score doesn't reflect to tee off earlier. And as my mate put his ball in the ground, I noticed that he missed the loop of the belt. And I said, so, well, before you hit the next ball, please, man, can you just put the belt through that loop, because it's affecting me. He says, right, no problem, put it in. And then for the remaining 15 holes, I was awesome. All due to somebody not putting his belt through his loop. True story. So every time I check on the tee box, please, if you're wearing a belt, please put it through all the hoops, because, yeah, you're affecting my round.
I'm afraid to say abnormality has crept in to this commentary box. Spare a thought for me, please. The other guy that is always looking for belt loops when people miss it is Mike Hazeman in the commentary box. He watches everyone. And he'll say, Rhino, Othello Wakefield came into our commentary box one day, and he said, the president's missed the loop. The rugby president has missed the loop. And he'll count them day by day.
You wouldn't say anything?
Who?
To the people that missed the loop?
Nah. He caught me once, I missed the loop one day.
Oh, you
And
must have given you rice.
Yeah, I did. And I make sure, up to this very day, that now that I know that you also must loop, I know where to get you on the golf course then. If it's going well, I'll change my belt and miss 2 loops.
No, don't be doing that.
As long as you're not beating me, the golf course, I'll be missing loops.
Yeah, it's a thing for me. I don't know why.
Very, very superstitious. Too superstitious.
I still walk onto the field with my left foot first.
Oh, please, man.
I always walk on the field with my left foot. If we go in the morning, I walk onto the field with my left foot. Always. Club plays, left foot.
Like I noticed it.
No, you don't look for things like that. And then I always walk off with my left foot.
What else? While we at it?
I did some really strange things.
Must be more superstition that you have.
Yeah, well, maybe I
Which
was.
eye do you close first at night? The left eye or the right eye?
I've got to watch 5 minutes of YouTube before I go to sleep.
You get out of bed with the left foot too?
But maybe I was in the right dressing room when I played for the Lions, because Neil Mackenzie was superstitious.
He was the worst. You make me laugh, Eugene.
Told you about the brushing teeth story at National Club Champs. Obviously, we stayed in very good hotels. And as you do brush your teeth in the morning. And then go down, do your breakfast, went to the ground where we played. And for some reason, it just didn't like the taste in my mouth. And I brushed my teeth that morning at the ground. Proceeded to take 3 wickets and scored 50. So Eugene had to do that every morning. Brushed his teeth at the same time in the hotel, eat exactly the same thing for breakfast, get to the ground, brush his teeth before going out. Was player of the tournament that year.
Keep brushing your teeth. Moral of the story.
Twice before warming up.
You should brush your teeth before breakfast and after breakfast.
Well, that's what I did, scored runs. It is what it is. Neil Mackenzie, because we sat opposite each other. And he was the neatest person. I mean, his clothes is immaculate, folded, and right next to him is Garnet, where it is just a
mess.
A free fall. But nearly chopped that on. But he would put on a pair of socks, and if it didn't feel right, he would take it off, put it back in the format that he found it in a ball, and start the whole process again until it feels right. Sometimes up to 3 times. That's just with a pair of socks. And like I said, next to him was gone, and they just put any pair on, boom, out he goes.
Did none of your players attempt ever, when he's not in the change room, to try and
No.
disrupt his bag and what?
I think bowling coach. There's a story about the bowling coach for Western Province that Mackie was in next. Might have been him or it might have been Garnet. I'm really not
He's the
sure.
bowling coach of Western Province. Tell the people.
Roger Telemarcus. But I think it was Garnet. I got a feeling it was Garnet. And he was next in. They took his bat and they taped it to the ceiling. And Mackie didn't know. And wicket found, he was like looking around. And boys were shuttering away, and then they told him, oh, it's in the dressing room somewhere. Looked in the dressing room, looked up, wasn't happy. Scored 100. So every time his bat was taped to the ceiling.
Well done. Well, look, you've got to do something now. I know, change rooms.
Mickey.
Yeah, what a wonderful man. Neil Mackenzie, lovely guy. Short cutaway again, and this time it will go for 4. Was just also a long hop outside of stump. But slower delivery. He waited a little bit and then cut it. Puerta. So 180 now for 3.
I'll go back to, where's your 140 man? Your 140 clicks, man. He can bowl short. He can dig it in. This is short, wide. Yeah. Just put it away. What I liked about Mackie was he was honest. And he would tell you exactly what he thought. And I think players respected him. And I know players respected him that way. Didn't mind who was hearing him. He knew how to get the best out of players. And I think, a great deal of respect I have for Neil Mackenzie. He was definitely a good captain that I played under.
Yeah, we selected him, under 19 captain on that tour to England. Just the right guy. Seen him at Coke Week, even before, knew. And in all my years as an administrator, okay, I managed teams, so I had to be in the change room. I never ever frequent players' change room. I was invited twice to a change room, invited by captains. Once was by Hansie Cronje at Free State Cricket. And the other was when I was at the board at Gauteng with Neil Mackenzie after a win. Stood at the bottom, said, well played, and invited me into the change room to come and have a beer with the boys. But other than that, I do not frequent change rooms if not invited, because I feel got to respect the players for their space.
Well, Jeremy, thank you for your insight. I need a break, I think. And from cricketing wildlife to just the generic stuff, the Cape Fox.
Well, thank you, Eugene.
I just hope you're not superstitious coming into me, because I was getting nervous here after a while.
No, I have basically no superstitions at all. I mean, sometimes at cricket, the 111 comes up, I might raise my feet, but other than that, not superstitious at all. So it's too many other things to be concerned about than to be superstitious as well.
Yeah.
But,
Brett back again. He's into his 8th now. He's bowled nicely. There've been a chance or two that went a pegging off him the previous over. So I'm interested to see what the batsman will do to him now. There was one that edged past the slip area, and then one in the air here to a longish mid-off. Tad short, but he has got the insurance. I think this is the man he wants on strike, Buerta, because he's the man that definitely try to hit him down the ground.
yeah, they just cleared Kyle Simmons near mid-off and could so easily have been a catch. I'm going to be interested to see how Buerta plays this year, because in that first innings, we faced about 80-odd deliveries for his 27, I think it was, 26 of 88 deliveries, and he just got becalmed.
Am I imagining myself, was the light just
Yeah.
because it was busy deteriorating?
Yeah, the light has got worse. I think cloud around the ground, not enough to concern anybody at the moment, I don't think. I was supposed to have cloud for the rest of the day. Yeah, predicting at 8 o'clock what the former weather forecaster, is it Graham Hart, used to say, spit in a spot.
Spit in a spot, yeah.
that should only be this evening. We're going to potentially get some precipitation, which will be very welcome in these parts.
I'm sure the groundsman would be happy as well. Field gets a bit of water. Square will be covered, that's for sure,
Yeah.
overnight. I'm sure he's looking forward. Still got a game here next week still. Looking forward to game ends early, that he can flood that square.
Yeah, we'll have some more cricket being played on it from the middle of February and then into the CSA One Day Cup, which is the last provincial tournament of the season.
And then the season's all over, James.
Yeah.
Can you believe we looked all so forward in the winter
Yeah.
months to win? The next season comes. We've only got a month and a bit of cricket left, and it's all over.
Yeah, it's really been quite a season that it has been. Starting from a Proteas point of view, it's been quite something, both from a men's and women's team point of view. Those test victory in Pakistan to level the series and a 2-0 win in India. The women getting to the final of the 50-over World Cup, the first South African team to do so.
Short pulled away. That'll go for 4. It's too short. And you can't bowl there to Buatau Kaplan. They're going to lick you all day, man.
Yeah, Mbalelo Dube, he's going to learn the hard way if he's going to bowl short on a Boland Park track. Just sits up, no pace at all, really, and he's got to use that shorter delivery as a surprise rather than something he's been bowling at this stage a couple of times and over. So, Jeremy, I've been doing some scribing there while I was off air, and have taken the names down of 14 South African batters who have averaged over 2,000, averaged over 40.
Short to get. Oh, that was in the air for a while. Are you talking Test cricket?
Test cricket, yeah, yes, always the purest form of the game, and where the records for me count the most. Although one-day international still very important. T20s less so for me. It's more around strike rates and various other things there. But
are you testing my skills again today?
so I'm going to run through a couple of them, and what we'll do is I'll ask you to give me the name of the player. I'll let you know if they're on my list and what their average might be. So there are quite a few current players, but there's a couple of the players from way in the past, yesteryear. And say 14 players that have averaged over 40.
Okay, you want me to name a few and then you can...
Yeah, I can let you know if they're right. There's 4 players that have averaged over 50 in Test cricket. Players that have scored 2,000 runs or more. I haven't taken anybody with less than 2,000 runs, because I think that the universe of
over
that is...
50.
Yeah,
Cullis would be one.
Yes, Cullis one.
Graham Pollock could be one.
Correct, he's at the top.
Yeah.
Cullis is second.
Yeah. Smith 47.
Is 48.7, very
Yeah.
good.
Daryl Cullinan would be 40.
Yeah, 44.21.
Yeah. Urshel Gibbs.
Yeah, Gibbs 41.95.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
Eugene
Prince would
has
be there.
given Ashwell Prince 41.64, 3,665 runs. Very good. I mean, current players, I've got a few of the older players. You missed one player who's been quite recent that's over 50. Yeah, A.B. de Villiers, 50.66.
Yeah.
Very good. 8,765 runs.
You might have caught me yesterday, not today.
Not today.
Well, he's just walked in here, and I thought you and I were having the conversation.
Well, we can say all contributions gratefully accepted. So,
Yeah, gratefully accepted then.
Kaplan, I think that wasn't intended to go there, was it, Jeremy? Down through the slips for 4.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can have a look at that one again, but he'll take them however he gets them. Gavin Kaplan. So yes, we've got 3 of the top 4. The other player that averaged over 50 for South Africa was Dudley Norse, 53.81. He comes 3rd on the list, behind Pollock and behind Jacques Callis.
Yeah, Richards only played 4 test matches. So.
Yeah, so he would have had an average, but but he doesn't fit into the category from a 2,000 runs
Peter
plus.
Kirsten?
Not Peter Kirsten, no, but was somebody with that surname.
Gary?
Indeed, Gary.
Gary Kirsten would have been.
45.27 he was. Him and Darryl Cullinan very well. He's about, entire run average greater than Cullinan. They're next to each other in the list.
Yeah. Kepler Wessels, did he be? No?
Kepler Wessels was, he funny enough, didn't score 2,000 runs for South Africa.
Okay.
In all Test cricket, I'm sure he scored over 2,000
Yeah,
runs.
he would have had an average. If you take combined South Africa and Australia where he played, his average would be over 40.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in South Africa, 1,100 runs, I think it was, about from him.
I was just thinking of Jacques Rudolph, but don't know if I'm right.
Jacques Rudolph, very interestingly, also not quite, in fact, he did score over 2,000 runs, 35.43 though, his average. So he is amongst what I call the best of the rest. And Neil Mackenzie, he is on the best of the rest list, everybody above 35, 37.39.
Put out Dippenaar?
Dippenaar is not in there, no, so not over 35, put a Dippenaar or over 40. So it's pretty good.
We got there?
So we've got Pollock, Cullis, Dudley Norse, A.B. de Villiers. We've got Graham Smith.
Yeah.
After Graham Smith comes one of his contemporaries, so somebody who was there at the same time that he was in that great team of the 2010s.
Alvaro Peterson? No.
No, Alvaro is under 35. But
Prince we got.
Prince you got. Probably the man who scored, well, before Vian Mulder, we got Gibbs. Before Vian Mulder had the highest test score for South Africa. 311 at the Oval.
Oh, Hashim Amla.
Hashim Amla, yeah, he comes in at number 7 on the all-time list. And behind him, a man who you mention often here, and from yesteryear, a man who you were talking about earlier on in terms of captaincy for Western Province.
Eddie Barlow.
Eddie Barlow, yeah, he comes in behind Hashim Amla, 2,516 runs at 45.74, outstanding player, 600s, 15 centuries, 1550s, sorry, 600s, 1550s. Kirsten Cullinan, you got Gibbs, you got Prince, you got, and there's one more recent player who is just over 40 average, 40.02.
Oh, Themba Bavuma.
Bavuma is 38.1.
Markram?
Markram's down at 35.46.
Stubbs?
Stubbs not more than
He's still playing.
2,000. Still playing, but not more than 2,000 runs. Only players with more than 2,000 runs. Former South African captain.
Former captain and still playing.
No, he's not playing. He's not still playing. Well, he is still playing, but not Test cricket.
Oh. That'll be 4 more.
Yeah, just a bit of a drag down from Josh Breert on that occasion. And this partnership starting to become a little bit troublesome for Western Province. 45 they've put on so far. He's the captain in the post-Graham Smith era.
Oh, Faf du Plessis.
Yeah, Faf du Plessis. 118 innings, 4,163 runs, 40.02, 10 hundreds, 21 50s.
Sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, so, 4,163 runs, 10 hundreds, 21 50s for him. And that completes the list of all the players that for post-isolation. So Cullis, A.B. de Villiers, Graham Smith, Hashim Amla, Gary Kirsten, Daryl Cullinan, Herschel Gibbs, Ashwell Prince, and Faf du Plessis being all the post-isolation players.
Transman have got the covers there. It seems like they spotting something that we're not knowing.
Looks like
I must
it.
admit it has got considerably darker here.
Yeah, I wonder if there isn't perhaps a little bit of drizzle falling. Now, we can't see from here.
If you look into the distance, doesn't it look like that? Eh? It looks very
does.
hazy.
It does look hazy. It does look drizzly.
Yeah, it looks like a hazeman out there.
Well, he'd be bringing out the defibrillator, wouldn't he, for the pitch here? Looks as dead as anything at the moment. Carl Simmons is going to come back into the attack, replacing Bolelo Dube. I'm not surprised that they are taking Dube out of the attack. Just a little bit loose from the young fast bowler.
Split. 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
3 o'clock it says. 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. 0.2 is just a...
Well,
No.
so could be that we may have a little bit of a stoppage for some rain potentially. Yes, Dube, 3 overs that he did bowl, going for 23, and that's certainly not what Western Province were looking for.
Yeah, it was a bit expensive, the young man. Back to spin from both ends.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. They've been able to keep very good control with spin.
Gone. There we go. Wicket number 4. Kaplan submerges and departs.
Well, the return of Simmons brings the required result for World Sports Betting Western Province. Caught on the back foot and just bounces a little bit more perhaps than he would have expected. Takes the outside edge. A very good catch by the captain, Daniel Smith, at slip. And second wicket for Simmons, and it's the big fish, Kaplan.
Well, that one just turned and spat, didn't it? Like a spitting cobra.
Yeah, no answer to that. He was looking as if he was right behind it and just spat and turned. And you sense with that wicket, could be that sets the start of Western Province really surging on to victory here.
Gently from Bressy's in. He got a brisky 40-odd yesterday. But 4 wickets down now for the Boland team, and one just fancies that Western Province, they've been in the driving seat, but now they're in overdrive.
Deficit of 235 still for Goldrush Boland before they even make Western Province bat again. That is, I would sense, an insurmountable proposition for them.
Yeah, Katimi's got the pot on again. I like that. New batsman in. He's right there in at silly point. Why not also have a short leg in?
Yeah, just putting them all in around the bat.
Yeah, I'd have a short leg in. I'd have a leg slip in. All out attack. If you want to hit over the top, keep going.
Yeah.
There we go.
They can't seem to make up their mind what they want to do here. For Van Briesies, they know that he did paddle Simmons in the first innings, and hence Patterson coming around to the short fine position.
Yeah. But that's why, I mean, for the miss-hit short leg in with a silly point, paddle if you want to. You can just move the man squarer.
Yeah.
But it will give you a chance. It will make him think twice because he's going to think, all right, men behind, they're taking out my paddle shot. Short leg in, I'm going to try and hit him over the top. He might just walk past one that's turning past the bat. Stomped, gone, good night.
Yeah, I agree with
Because
you.
that would be my thinking now.
Yeah, put him under more pressure and get him to play into your hands here. Not a man with a huge amount of experience. Deadly Van Briesies wouldn't have been in this type of situation too often.
He likes the cut. He likes the shot square of the wicket. So grab him for that space, number one, and then force him to do something else now. He loves to lap, as we said, so you've got the man there at 45.
Yeah, he's got the 7-2 offside leg side field. Well, anything could happen any minute here.
Katimi's gone to the short leg position. He'll get a single. Van Briesies off the mark. He's quite nifty and nimble on his feet.
Yeah, sometimes probably just moves around a little bit too much in the crease. But he's got his own game worked out. That's the most important thing. He's got a change for Buerta. While they're busy changing at the end of the over, just to run through the other players that from bygone era that have got an average of over 40 for South Africa. Bruce Mitchell, and the captain in the 40s and 50s for South Africa, 48.88 for him, and Jackie McGlew, a name that South Africans will be very familiar with, 42.06. And then HW, I think it was Herbie Taylor from the 1930s, 40.77. So 14 players in all that have got test average of over 40 for South Africa. Other players that are very recent or recently retired that have, or well known, that have got an average over 35. Quinton de Kock, 38.82. Temba Bavuma, we mentioned, 38.1. Dean Elgar, 37.92. Neil Mackenzie, we mentioned, 37.39. Hansie Cronje, 36.41. Jonty Rhodes, 35.66. And Markram, we mentioned as well, 35.46. And Rudolph, 35.43. So Markram probably lower than most people would expect him to be.
Oh, well bowled. There we go. That's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, Van Briesses, he doesn't know whether to go back or whether to come forward, and in the end he doesn't do either. He could so easily have got himself caught. Josh Britt, he's been bowling well. He deserves a wicket, the young man.
But airborne, they'll come back for a second. It's looking dangerously from Briesses.
Yeah, Daniel Smith, maybe he should just have a second slip in there for Van Briesses. Just in at the crease.
Tad short. He loves to give himself room, doesn't he?
He does, and that's what I'm saying. He's very, as you say, he's very nimble, agile, but he just seems to move around a lot in his crease.
Probably have one more over before the tea interval. Oh, he's missed it.
Oh, my word. What did that hit, though?
Oh, must have just been a bit of a bottom edge bat onto it. But had he missed that, it would have been gone for all money. Hopefully we can say the replay of this. See the replay of this. Snowball's open hell.
Well, not sure exactly what happened there. He's certainly fortunate to survive Jadley Van Briesses. Does seem like there's a little bit of a misty rain coming down, Jeremy.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's now survival till tea.
Yeah, you sense Carl Simmons here. It won't be in the back of his mind necessarily, but 3 wickets away from a 10-wicket haul.
Get 2 out of that. Ball remaining. It will be tea then on day 3. Porter's on 29, unbeaten 49 deliveries. And Briesses has just got in, he's on 3. And there we go, 140 for 4. At tea on day 3, Boland still a massive 230 runs behind the Western Province first innings total. Remember, they were skittled out earlier for a paltry 160 after Western Province amassed 533 for 9. We're going to enjoy your copper, and we'll see you back in 20 minutes.
Yes, let's go and have a copper and see what they've got for us.
What have they conjured up?
Yes, exactly. That's a good word, actually, like that.
Yeah.
Conjured up for us like that.
Hopefully they score us today.
they will start early tomorrow to make up that, and we'll confirm that with you. But if we can, as umpire Maria Erasmus signals to the scorers that we are ready to resume at 15:52. So just 32 minutes lost in that slight shower that came down. It's still cloudy overhead. So it's myself, James King, with you, and with me, Eugene Molion. Eugene, that session, another good one for World Sports Betting Western Province. 3 wickets falling between lunch and tea, with the addition of just 81 runs, and the big wicket of Gavin Kaplan not long before the tea break. An excellent delivery once again from Kyle Simmons.
Yeah, 100%. They've been in the ascendancy since that first day, here on day 3, requiring a further 6 more wickets for victory. Still a mammoth 230 runs that Boland found themselves still in deficit of that big total that World Sports Betting Western Province put on.
It is Josh Briett starts after the tea interval, and Jedley van Reesies is on strike. Jivish and Pillay doing the fielding in the covers, and they're on the attack still, as they should be. World Sports Betting Western Province. Just the outer half of the bat down to the man short in at backward point. That's Tsepo Mareki. We've got a man on the deep cover boundary, extra cover, mid-off, a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. And that man in short under the lid at silly mid-off. It's Valentine Kitime. Daniel Smith, the captain at slip. Oh, goes past the edge of the bat. Maybe he just pulled his bat away at the last minute, Jedley van Reesies. But big job for these two to do. You would have to say the last 2 recognised batters for Goldrush Boland.
Yeah, and they've got to knuckle down.
Yeah, he's able to just step away, play that one down into the deep.
And I don't think Josh would like that, because even that little bit of shower that we did have, the outfit will not be dry as yet, so just got to watch the ball. You don't want to be hit that ball too much in the outfield if you're a bowler, especially a spinner.
So now it'll be interesting to see the approach the batters take. I'm sure they will try, which it didn't manage to do that well in the first innings, to just keep the scoreboard ticking along. Rotation of strike important. That's played late by Buerta down to Juan James on the boundary. For Western Province, more of the same. Eugene, keep attacking. I mean, 228 still the deficit, and nearly half of the team back in the hut.
Well, what did I say about ends? We saw Kyle Simmons bowl from this end where Josh Briett's operating, didn't find any success. Josh Briett came on from that end, didn't find any success, and I raised the point, don't bowlers maybe think that they've got a particular end?
Yeah.
Switcheroony, Kyle Simmons bags a couple from the top.
Yeah, it really was. That first wicket that went down, he opened with the new ball, did Kyle Simmons, and in his 5th over, got the very important wicket of the Boland captain, Clyde Reeves-Fontaine, with an absolute beauty. Just pitching almost, I think, probably middle and off, straightening past the outside edge of the bat, clipping the top of the stump. I think it actually broke the bail. It was that delivery.
Well, you get to keep those things as a memento.
Yeah.
Normally it's the big stumps that you want to break.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen a spinner do that too often.
No.
Maybe Anil Kumble. He was pretty quick. It's quicker through the air. We're going to see the variations from Simmons here, I'm sure. So 13 5-wicket hauls for him now, and just the 2 10-wicket hauls.
Again, that turn from the straight, or maybe just slightly wider.
Yeah.
Eludes Verena and then straight into the hands of Daniel Smith at first slip. Kept asking, why not stick 2 slips in there?
Yeah.
Present a little bit of a gap there for them to say, drive into that. And somehow then you can get an edge.
Yeah, we've seen need to play just a little bit too short on that occasion. Dubé will tidy up. We've seen on a couple of occasions, and that was the one of them, the other one with Josh Breart bowling to Gavin Kaplan, that when you've thrown it up a little bit wider, it seems to have gripped in the surface and really moved away. As you said, Daniel Smith fielding the ball twice in that position. The first time, perhaps thinking that was an edge, but just went straight through to him. And if the batters remain scoreless, the temptation must be there if they feel it's over-pitched outside the off stump to try and go for that.
No, for sure. Present a opportunity to maybe score. And maybe then that's how you get them into a little bit of trouble. What I like to see is maybe something different, somewhere where the ball turns back in to the right-handers here.
Yeah, perhaps Sean James will have a couple of overs. Do a little bit of work for him. They'll probably turn for 2. Van Briesjes is so quick, he can virtually walk back for 2. And the score goes to 145 for 4 after 53.
Well, I'm led to believe he's struggling with a little bit of a shoulder. So maybe just that rotation of when he bowls, he can't do. That's why, hence, we probably haven't seen him.
Well, it does make quite a lot of sense then, as you say, from that point of view, that he perhaps hasn't bowled. But, as you say, just maybe to have the one bowler, somebody to just say bring it back in, just something with a little bit different. Don't have anybody there on the field. You're looking at David Beddingham, perhaps?
Well, he's bowled before.
He has. But,
what is Pillay? Pillay has bowled 1 over.
that is short, and it is pummeled by Leon Buerta through mid-wicket for 4. Didn't miss out, and it's important you feel for him as he just picks up the length early and plays it through the mid-wicket region for him to keep going. Nobody else really, is there?
No, I'm clutching at straws, to be honest with you folks. These are the men that's going to turn it for them. Not even the man that's got the ball in hand, Pillay. He just bowled an over. Maybe they just gave him an over before lunch or tea or something like that.
Yeah, you never know.
Katimi hasn't bowled. Beddingham has bowled, and I think Beddingham will probably bowl Little Seamers.
Yeah, he may well do. Otherwise, nobody else in this lineup that can come and turn their arm over for the couple of additional tweakers. We've seen Edward Moore do that on occasion for Western Province. John O'Bird with his left arm wrist spin, which would have offered something just a little bit different. He was doing some fitness work. We saw him earlier on during the lunch break. Most of the extended squad here for Western Province as well. So just the boundary off the over so far. And as a bowling team here, Eugene, when you've got a team in this position that Boland, it's all about patience, isn't it? It's all about stick with your plans. Don't necessarily change your plans, or stick with what you believe is going to make it work. Stick with your lines and lengths.
misfield. Spoke so highly of him, Moreki, and he let one through. And that brings up the 150 for Goldrush Boland, or 53 or 54 overs of 241 minutes. The thing is, there's 3 sessions tomorrow.
Yeah.
So the urgency is not necessarily all there as yet. However, they just need to be patient because, as we've seen, there could be a ball with your name on it, like Gavin Kaplan found out with one that might have just sort of leapt up at him. He bounced a little bit more than what he thought and just guided that into the safe hands of Daniel Smith. He's got a good set of hands on him. He's a keeper by trade. Finds himself the captain at first slip.
Yeah, good reactions. He's taken a couple of good grabs in this match so far in that position at slip. And he'll know how to concentrate for long periods of time. That's an easy single into the leg side with a 7-2 offside leg side field. It's going to be a run there every day of the week. So I was chatting with Jeremy before the break just around Jedley van Briesies and the fact that he paddled Kyle Simmons down to fine leg in his innings, in the first innings. They put Dame Patterson in that position, presumably to just plug that gap, but I mean, maybe he should be encouraged to play that shot.
Well, yes and no. It's a scoring opportunity. But if you look at Western Province perspective, they wouldn't mind him to try and do it. It's just a bit of a risk that, especially with the way this ball is turning. And turning even from the straight, and we saw a ball leapt up, as we said, to Gavin Kaplan. It's, it's a difficult one for me. As silly point now goes across the short leg. They sort of fiddled with that man all day, haven't they?
Well, maybe they could put one in both positions. Seeing that now just frees Puerta up to play that shot past the short extra cover.
Yeah, they should do. They should fill that position.
Yeah, it just does make it a little bit easier. It goes back there now for Van Briesies. Well, misses that one. Van Briesies outside the off stump. Kyle Verena, not very convincing in his appeal. Definitely didn't get anything on that, but there's a danger in playing that shot to Simmons.
Saw a few men go, didn't we, in this game?
Yeah. It was in that first innings. My goodness, that one kept a little bit lower. It's going back again. Van Briesies. It was Aviva Ngujima that was caught there in the first innings of Simmons.
How many games has Van Briesies played now, first class?
20 odd. I'm just trying to think now what it was. He's in his 30th first class match, and he would have played most of those for Southwestern Districts, or the Garden Route Badgers as they call them, and those 200s that he did get, both for the Badgers. He's not played. I don't think he played any first class games. We may have played 1 or 2 last season for the Titans. I can get that information, but it's he's certainly at this level not that experienced.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out how often he would be in this situation. Because when things are going for you and your team's on top, it's nice. You can bat with so much ease. But here, it's day 3 late in the day, and you're still looking at that bottom right corner of that scoreboard and seeing, still 217 runs behind.
Another easy single for Leon Buerta.
Lots for Boland to think about heading to their final game next week, isn't there?
Well, there is. They were in a position before this game that they could have been challenging for the final, to get to the final, a top spot. It does look as if We may have results in 2 of the games, but still, that's very much, yeah, we don't know yet. Obviously, the game in Gqeberha between the Lions and the Warriors, the Lions in a good position there, but the Warriors will potentially have to bat out most of the last day to draw that game, and that could make the top of the table very interesting. And not expecting the Dragons to pick up a win that's too short. Oh, and that's the dive coming in, not stopping that. It's David Bedingham at mid-wicket, and Van Brieses gets a boundary, moves to 11 with that. I think that's his first boundary, just too short.
Yeah, and he's played it well because the ball didn't bounce that much. And I'm just looking at the conditions that we have here. Maybe one of your seamers can maybe operate as well, because clouds have come in. It's a lot cooler. Maybe you can get something else out of it. Not saying that these spinners are not doing a good job. Sorry, James, and they are doing a good job. You still just got to be patient with it.
And that's the key. And mustn't lose heart here. Josh Briett. It could happen for him. That's another quick single taken. Importance of keeping the strike rotated, making the bowlers bowl to 2 different batters, very, very important.
Well, the spinners took, what, 5 and 3? That's 8
right.
wickets in the first innings. Yeah, they've taken 2 already out of the 4 to fall, both to Simmons. So maybe Western Province feel that's the right route. Sometimes you've got to change which gears you go into, especially in the field as well. Okay, it's slow bowlers, and then sometimes you just want to put on one of your quicks just for a couple of overs, just to change the rhythm of the game. You know, in this format, it's about the rhythm as well, and batters get used to a certain rhythm as they go on in the day.
Yeah, just, you say, something to just maybe change it up a little bit. They've tried Mbolelo Dube. It was very expensive in his second spell of 3 overs, going for 23, which was not what was really needed.
Just thinking what I would do if I was Western Province. I would say to Pato, right, Pato, you come on. So you know you're going to get good line length, and he would bowl one off stump. And I'll have like an umbrella field right in front of those batters. And have a slip as well. Keep her up to the stumps.
Yeah.
Just for a couple.
Yeah.
Oh, that's in the air.
Yeah, just for a little while, tantalising to the right of Carl Simmons. Well, Jedley van Brieses played at pretty much every age group for Southwestern Districts, under 13, under 15, under 19. And debuted for Southwestern Districts in the CSA Provincial 3-Day Cup, which would have been in those days in 2020, before COVID. It would have been first-class cricket. As we see the coaching staff from Western Province taking their walk around the field.
It's always a telltale sign, that, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
Coaches start walking around.
Bit of wicket walking.
Yeah.
As easy as you like. Into the leg side, that one just a little bit too straight. just to try and get an idea in terms of his first-class career with Southwestern Districts, or as they're known here, Garden Route Badgers. I'll try and get that now. So, end of the over from Kyle Simmons, just a single off that, and it's 160 for 4. Okay, so to your point here, 22 of his 30 first-class games now been played for Southwestern Districts, 36 innings for them, 838 runs, and he averaged 25.39 there, 200s and 250s. Three games for the Titans last season, just scored 67 runs in 5 innings, so averaged 13.4. And this season now, 5 matches, 7 innings for Boland. He did get a good 82 and 257 runs at an average of 36.71. That includes his first innings score here, which was in fact the highest score of the innings. So, yeah, he's not. He wouldn't have been in this position very many times against an attack like this, and you've got pretty much what you asked for.
I'm chuckling away. I don't know. But yeah, Pato's on. Not quite the umbrella field that I thought. He's got a short cover, short mid wicket. They're the 2 men close, and a gully. I would like to keep her up. I would like to keep her up in the batter's space here.
Yeah, it will be good. Carverena will just keep reminding Jedley van Brieses about his pedigree and the fact that he won't be able to see out any length of time here. But, still 33 overs in the day. We'll have an hour and 45 minutes at least.
Yeah, I'm still getting my head around those sort of time that's left today. Still trying to get around that. I got the first part right, which was we were on at 15:55. That was easy enough, half an hour. Then scheduled play has now moved, so I take it it's moved from 5:30 to 3 minutes past 6.
Right.
That's the first initial.
Okay, right.
And
so
then you get that extra
half
half
an
an
hour.
hour to finish.
Yeah, so we could go until after 6:30 tonight. Oh, that kept low. He did well to keep it out. Van Brieses, that is the danger. There is that patch on the wicket at that end, which we've been talking about from day one.
That's right.
That has got that bearish feel to it. It's still there.
I think that was spot on.
Yeah, it's got a lot drier than it was on day one. And that is going to cause even more trouble.
Here he comes, Calverena.
There we go. You called it. Oh, just not quite sure what he was intending to do there. Van Brieses gets away with it.
Can only just chop it on from there, or you can guide it past the gully fielder for runs, but
yeah, high risk shot for me.
Just too risky, too risky.
Pato is doing exactly what his captain's asked him to do here. He's attacking the stumps with every single delivery. Can't really ask him to do more than that.
Yeah, he's probably thinking, where can he get more fielders on just to be more in the batter's eye line? That's what he's thinking. First part he's doing right, bowling wicket to wicket.
It's on for his third spell of the innings. And starts it with yet another maiden. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 27. And Josh Breart in his second spell bowled 8 overs, no maidens, 0 for 29. A couple of deliveries that were hit through the leg side for boundaries. As Kyle Simmons will continue from the southern end.
Yeah, I don't mind this. This is fine.
Yeah, I think it's right, the right way to go. He's got his two, I would arguably say, his 2 best bowlers on at the moment, Simmons and Patterson. They lead the line. It's an easy single into the leg side.
Oh, don't like what I saw there now.
Carvarena?
Yeah, just saw him just pull up.
Yeah.
Maybe just a little bit of cramp. He did score 200. He's been on the field for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, most of the game he would have been on the field. Bearing in mind he would have come in. In fact, he did come in to bat. I'll get that for you. After the 19th over. In the middle of the 19th over. And that innings went on for 131 overs, so you batted for 112 overs.
The other thing to remember, he's always in a crouch position. He's up and down. It's a thankless job, that wicket-keeping stuff.
And your fitness level, just your conditioning, the way you work at it, I think people don't realise, it is a hugely specialised position. You have to have lightning quick reflexes. You work so hard on your game. You work on every type of delivery that could come through, how to pick it up. You're often unsighted as the ball goes down the leg side. Anticipation has to be very good. Sometimes it can let you down. The cricket ball does some funny things, and the batters do some funny things in front of you. So, very important role. Good work done by Breart, but they go through for the single. He prevents any more than that. Van Breeses keeps the strike, the end of the over.
Yeah, so we said that the home side have got plenty to think about, not just today and tomorrow, but leading into next week. That final game against the Dragons.
Yeah.
And, who knows what they're going to come up with.
Well, it's going to be a big game for the Dragons. They're likely, based on the fact that they lost 2 days of play there in that match, likely that game will end in a draw, and they will end up in in the higher 90s from a points point of view.
I'm trying to work out where they're going to play. Which surface?
Yeah, which pitch they're going to play on.
Yeah.
Maybe the 1-3 to the left is quite a worn strip by the looks of things.
Yeah, I think that was the international T20, wasn't it?
Could well have been.
And then the one just to the left of that,
yeah,
looks like something that there could be.
Yeah. That looks the best, doesn't it? Out of all of the tracks that we've got in the sort of the middle of the square.
Well, some good news for you at tea break, wasn't it? That the women's game will now be taking place at Newlands, or World Sports Betting Newlands, I should say.
That's correct.
And I think that's good.
Yeah.
So Saturday and Sunday will be there before the men reconvene there yet again for their 4-day clash against the Titans.
Yeah. So every game, you feel next week, every game that's going to take place in this 4-day series is going to have some importance in terms of who finishes at the top of the log and who finishes at the bottom.
Now let's run through that quickly while I'm still here.
Yeah.
So the Dragons in second place, so they'll take bonus points, and I think you get 8 points, is it, for a draw?
6 for a draw.
6 for a draw.
6 for a draw. So.
Right. So Lions are in a good position to maybe leapfrog them.
Yep. And
Depends obviously now on the result there, because
could do. So the Warriors, if it is a draw, if the Warriors hold out, and as they hold out, that's more than likely what they will be doing. They'll be looking to bat through most of the day tomorrow. Lions wanting to set them a target and also not wanting to give them too much of a sniff. I think that's going to be an interesting one to see how much the Lions will set for them to score on the final day. I don't see the Lions being bowled out in that innings. They were 3 down when I last looked at that.
So it's a 3-horse race, the way we summing it up here.
Well,
Warriors will play the Dolphins in their last game. That's away in Durban.
So, yeah, that...
Lions will be playing the Tuskers, also not at stake. And then the Dragons will be here in Boland.
They will. So there's a lot to it. And if World Sports Betting Western Province win this game, they will also be in the mix. Because just looking at those points, they'll go up to 93.3 points if they get a victory out of this. Say if they get a victory, that will put them firmly in the mix from a win point of view. If they win that game against the Titans are looking to potentially, if they can get a win in this game, get somewhere up in the middle of the table.
Well, so a win here, and every game, you have to be glued to your YouTube screen for watching coverage all on Pitch Vision to see who will make it into that final. Made an over by Pato, 11 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 27.
So he starts off his third spell with 2 maidens.
Well, I will bid you a farewell. I will leave you in the capable hands of the Rhino for the rest of the day. And
thank you very much.
Knows? You boys will let me know about how this game moves on.
Well, and the
Good old Claremont, here I come.
yes, say goodbye to
Thank you, Eugene. Yeah.
Eugene, and thank you very much. And it's off to Claremont Cricket Club for his team's session this evening. And Jeremy and I will be taking you through the rest of the day here as Western Province keeping their patience at the moment, but it's not much happening out there.
No, nothing much, and just seems that I think the spinners are tiring as well, by the looks of things. But this is where you've got to show resolve. It's a good fight back.
Yeah. Well,
Good fight back, but it's you want to get this. Carl Simmons is into his 23rd.
yeah, and he bowled 23.3 overs in the first innings, so he's nearly bowled as many as he bowled then. What's he bowled now? 45 overs now in total he's bowled. Sorry, 46 overs he's bowled in total.
Just been a little interruption for rain for a little while. But you wouldn't have said there was a drop.
Oh. Well, Lambert is having a look at the wicket there, and that one just maybe spat up. He could have probably left it alone outside the off stump, but he'd moved across towards the ball.
$162 for 4. 40 to Buerta of 73. He's worked hard. Simmons has bowled admirably once again in the second innings. He's taken his tally up to 7 for the match. Want to probably get to that 10 for figure. Patterson has been trudging along. 11 overs, 1 for 27. He's so economical, bowls line and length. But these two have shown a bit of, they've been resolute and shown a bit of fight back.
There we go, partnership with 27 runs at the moment. 13 to Boer to 14 to Van Briesies. And now they've brought in a more attacking fielder there, David Bedingham at short mid-on position. And whilst this isn't the same position as we've seen Western Province in a couple of situations before last season and this season. Last season, not able to get the final wicket of the Warriors, Siaplaiki, and I'm trying to think who it was. It was Sinatebe Eshile batting out virtually. They batted out virtually the entire last session. Not those two, but Eshile with the tail to prevent the win for Western Province. You saw in the Dolphins game earlier on this season when they got over the line, 9 wickets down, brilliant innings by Ethan Bosch, but they just weren't able to put the hammer blow. And they'll be mindful of that, I'm sure, Western Province.
Yeah, you mentioned those examples, and it's resources you can draw back. How can you do things differently to ensure the win? There's one thing they say about cricket, it's never over until the fat lady has sung.
That's right. There's something Eugene was talking about yesterday. We spoke a bit about it today. In fact, when Mbolelo Dube was coming on to bowl, and there's nobody in either of these two teams that's got express pace. There's nobody that can come in and bowl 140 plus and just look to rip it down there.
Yeah, that's maybe the one thing that's probably needed. Who's away with the national team from Western Province? It's only Linda, is it?
Well, Nandre Berger, perhaps not available,
Yeah.
who would be the natural bowler to be coming in and really getting something to go through at express pace. He's also just don't have that left arm option. You don't have the Bjorn Hendricks option either. He's not fully fit yet, but he doesn't have that pace either now.
So is Nandre Berger injured again?
I don't think he's injured. I think they're probably just trying to protect him a bit.
That's the problem with him. I think he's a heck of a, he's got the pace and everything, but he's so injury prone. And that's concerning, that when a fast bowler, just when you think he gets into a rhythm, he gets injured.
Yeah, Gerald Coetzee has also been struggling with that as well. Didn't perhaps play, he played very few games for DSG in the SA20. Berger did play quite a few for JSK, but haven't seen him here around the squad. Elsewhere, Jeremy, the Tuskers are making a fist of their second innings, 134 for 3. They still trail by 121 there to make the Titans bat again, though.
And there's still a day left tomorrow.
There's a day left tomorrow, yeah. And the Warriors have got the Lions 95 for 4. That means they lead by 202 runs. So just chatting with Eugene and just saying, what will the Lions feel is enough for them to be able to declare and put the Warriors back in to try and get that win? Warriors sitting on top of the log at the moment. The Lions would leapfrog them if they do get the win. And the Dragons and the Dolphins, they've gone off for bad light there in Potchefstroom. The Dragons 335 for 8 after 97 overs, leading by 61. So that game's heading for a draw.
Beaten the bat a couple of times there. Simmons, he's really bowled a nice line and length.
Always seems to be the bowler that's most likely to get you a wicket, for something to happen, something to maybe pitch up off the surface or just a little bit of extra bounce, which is what got Gavin Kaplan earlier. I like this, that he's brought John James into the second slip position.
Patterson to continue.
And his third spell, he just conceded the 2 runs into his 4th over now in this spell. He's been attacking the stumps, which is exactly what they want from him.
Was thinking of a single, wisely sent back by Botha from British.
Yeah, just brought Valentine Kitime in from backward point into that short mid-wicket position. David Beddingham's moved probably about 3 or 4 paces further forward at that silly mid-on position, or say short mid-on position. Okay, he's bringing the fine leg finer now. Okay, he's taking him to third man. No, he's putting him straight. Okay, that's interesting. What do you think he's going to do here, Jeremy? Straight, full and straight?
Yeah. Field placing, I think, just to cast a bit of playing with the batsman's mind.
Yeah.
All the tactics of cricket.
Got to love it.
He's almost in a stopper position. So the keeper misses it.
Exactly. Carl Verena will be thinking that's quite funny, I'm sure.
Yeah, because he's right up to the stumps
Yes.
now, Verena.
Whoa. Oh, it was the double bluff, wasn't it?
Was the double bluff.
Since Verena knew that was coming, took it very well, didn't he?
Yeah, he's such a good gloveman,
Yes.
as you said yesterday. Good hands,
Yeah.
gets to the ball nicely. And he's a real fox terrier.
Yeah.
Fights hard, fights like hell. That's what I like about him. He's really got a bit of steel in him, nerve, steel.
And that's the type of thing that Coach Shukri Conrad likes in his players, doesn't he? That's his character as well. He's
Yeah, they want to be tough.
and you do to play good, hard Test cricket. You need to be tough.
Sure. And then you've got to be part of the team.
Yeah.
You know, he keeps them going when things look to be down. Driven 4.
Yeah, it doesn't miss out. Leon Botha, he's shown already this season that he can do the job with the bat for Goldrush Boland, and he's doing that reputation no harm at all here in the second innings. He hasn't allowed himself to get bogged down, and that was just a half volley outside the off stump. In the first innings, I would have felt he may well have missed out on that. He's just in a very defensive mindset. This time he's made sure, and he's got to the pitch and caressed it through the offside. So the England under-19s, Jeremy, looking like they are going to be going through to the final of the under-19 World Cup. Australia, 208 for 8. They need 70 to win in 7.3 overs.
Just putting his hands away there. Not sure, did he want to play a shot, or did he want to shoulder arms there? Was in two minds.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Someone's just making the batsman wait a little bit.
We were looking at Jedley van Briese's career, 22 first-class matches for Southwestern Districts, 3 for the Titans, and now 5 this season, including this one for Goldrush Boland.
That'll be 4-2. Cut away. Yeah. The minute you give him work, as I said, he's very good square of the wicket. And he pounces onto anything loose there.
Yeah, very quick to get his feet into position for something that's short. And very often your strengths can be your weaknesses as well. He does look for those deliveries that are maybe a shortish of a length, just to play them through the offside or leg side.
Again, he cuts this time. He doesn't get it through that gap. $173 for 4. We'll take over. It seems as if Murieki coming back. Pato's got the cap on. He's decided. That's my bundle for now. Murieki got earlier, got that wicket and went on to his 250th first-class wicket.
Yeah, very good from him in his 112th first-class match. There's a lot of first-class cricket for Tsepo Moreki. Probably would have wanted his strike rate to be a bit better.
Well, he's an honest grafter.
He is.
Works at his game. And he's a solid provincial cricketer. Driven. And will it be hauled in? Yes, indeed. Good work there.
It looks like that was Pillay there, going out into the deep, supported by his captain.
Cheers, also not that good.
A bit higher than the ones at the back. They're a bit higher at least than the ones at the back.
It seemed to just nip back from a length. But well played in the end.
Yeah, it was. Did surprise him a little bit, didn't it? He was just managed to get over the top of it. Interesting looking shot. Very. He did deal with it, played it into the ground. This partnership now 41. And more importantly, 17 overs and 2 balls that it has taken out of the game. New ball due in 14 overs and 1 ball. We should see the new ball tonight. A little bit of overhead conditions. May not do too much, but be something at least that World Sports Betting Province, the Western Province, may be looking at to help them get a wicket.
Yeah, well, we'll be looking at this old ball and thinking, well, it's easier to bat now because both these batsmen are in. All we got to do is make sure we don't get out before the new ball. And we got to be there. Still a massive 194, the deficit.
Yeah, huge mountain still to climb if they want to save this game. That to me still doesn't look like that will happen. But they have to fight. They have to keep fighting. That first innings, certainly the bowling effort was looking very tired towards the end of the innings. The batting effort in the first innings showed that as well. And they've come out here with definitely with a plan to fight for every run, fight for every wicket. Joshua van Heerden comes onto the field. It looks like Valentine Katima just taking off the pads again. Or putting them on, should I say. Looks like
Ever watchful Botha is too shy of another 50.
Well, he already has his highest score in first-class cricket. Leon Botha passing the 45 not out that he got against the Dolphins here earlier in the season. And so a milestone awaits for him, potentially. His maiden first-class 50. Jeremy, looking at this Boland batting lineup for the next game next week against the Dragons here at home, you just feel they have to strengthen the batting.
Seems as there'll be a welcome break now for drinks, by the look of things. Well, we'll just have a short break. And we'll continue after drinks with the men from the Goldrush Boland in their second innings, following on 176 for 4. How are you feeling, Foxy?
Yeah, right. Yeah. You want to take a break?
No, 5 o'clock you can have a break.
Okay, cool.
And then I'll go on for half an hour, and
Okay.
then you come back, and then
Cool.
take
No
half an
problem.
hour, and then we
See how it goes from there.
just stand for a bit.
Yeah, I know. I'll do the same.
Oh. You just feel, I don't know why, suddenly it's like a tiredness of just...
Yeah, it's just, I think it's the,
Do you like the sweet?
yeah, I love a sweet actually. That sounds very nice, thank you.
Notable good innings from Daniel Smith, who got 58 or 59. Paarl went for a duck. So did John James. Both went for naught. Bedingham got in, got 50 or 53. Carver not out on 204 of 355 balls. And Valentine Katime, who ably supported them and they were in a bit of trouble, got a 63 of 137 balls, with Carl Simmons getting 85 and Josh Breed getting his maiden 52 of 95 balls. Boland were then skittled out for 163. Moreke, well, it's in the gap. Will be cut off, not before they turn for 2.
Yeah, Dubé doing the work down there. The young fast bowler. Haven't seen much of him today. Understandably so. Probably his second spell bowled a little bit too short. and was punished accordingly.
Nicely played. Just steered it in the right direction. And again, a couple of runs there to the total. You're going to bowl to Van Briese's there all day. He's going to milk you. You've got to find another way. A bit more straighter, a bit more fuller. I'll get him driving.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. I think you've got to try and target him full. He loves the short ball, doesn't he? He loves something short of a length. He's able to get those dance.
Ball's a little bit fuller.
He just brought Kitime up for Botha from that deep backward point position. I think that's a good move. I don't think they want to give a run away to let them continue to rotate the strike. He's got the two men out behind, one on square and one behind square on the leg side. If he does bowl the short delivery.
Well, that's nicely played. That will run away for 4, also bring up his 50. It's well deserved. He's toiled hard. He's played nicely. And 50 for Leon Botha. And he's 52 with 7 fours included in there. 90 balls, 139 minutes. It's been a polished knock thus far. But the work is not done. He'll want to get a big one. He wants to convert that. Now you've got to kick on. You're in. 50 runs partnership as well between the two. Van Briese's, and that comes off 117 ball of 79 minutes.
Yeah, his maiden first-class 50, Leon Botha, and if he can help his team to save this match, it will be one that will be remembered for a long time in these parts.
Well, if he can manage and bat, and these two can bat, they'll have to battle time today and mostly till lunchtime tomorrow, and then bat beyond as well. That will be a monumental effort if they do that. You want to have a break?
Yeah. Okay.
Well, James, I will continue. Well, James has a welcome break, just to soothe his, he's been on here, his vocal cords. Got to look after the Cape Fox and make sure that he's in fine tune. I'll continue. 185 for 4. Carl Simmons, he'll probably continue from the Drakensberg end. He's into his 27th, so he's done a mammoth amount of bowling today and yesterday. Got a fifer. Got a fifer earlier today, and then bagging the 2 wickets, which was well deserved. Now what have we got there? We've got a short leg in, we've got a leg slip in, we've got a slip in. Well, that's more like it. I like this field. And then the man on the drive, extra cover. Mid off, mid on. Maybe another slip in. You've got the man on the boundary square. Now that's for the drag down, which shouldn't be. You've got the man out on the point boundary as well. That I can understand, because he turns the ball away and he's going to cut. Van Briese's loves to cut. But let's see what the tactic is. Where did that come off? Man from the pads. Short in stature from Brissies. That's in there. Oh my word. And it's done him with a spin. It's done Paarl there. I tell you what, that was close. Wow. One thing that Paarl didn't cater for was once the ball hits the surface, it's going to spin. Which Shamsi always called, but watch out for slankop. And the snake just turns his head the other way. It's a dangerous shot to play now. But, yeah. Brissies mustn't give it away now. He's done all the hard work. He needs to support Leon Botha. Oh, it's kicking from the rough. He pitched that. That one was pitched just outside leg stump. And Verena took it outside off stump. So the ball's turning. Right, is this the build up to things? Brissies walks away, catches his breath, gets back for the next delivery. Timmy moves now again from short leg to silly point. Carlson was just trying to unnerve the batsman. $187 for 4. Interesting over. Mareki to continue. From this, the near the big end. He's into his 12th now, 1 for 34. That took him to his 250th wicket, which I'm sure he will be very happy about. A milestone to celebrate. Still a matter of a final of the 5-day competition. The 4-day, I beg your pardon. I think the final we played over 5 days, is it? Yes, correct. Oh, the question gets asked. Maria Erasmus moves away. Probably, has there been bat to it? Or where's the signal going to come? No, there's bat on it, says Maria Erasmus. Good fielding. James there, or is it Daniel Smith? That is John James. Waste of a delivery, that. It's the one for the over. 2, says Maria Rasmus. We'll just run off the pads. Yeah, he's not going to get there. 4 leg buys. Or is it off the bat? He's off the bat, so it runs to Van Briesjes. Yeah, he just got the bat to it. Well, it's not good bowling from Mureke. Bowled the wide ball, which was totally wasted. The next one, he just bowled it right on leg stump. And all the batsman does, anyone worth his salt. That's just an easy pickings, that. It's a free hit. Because you know the ball won't hit the stumps. It's just got to get back to it. And it will run away for 4, which it did. The deficit now 178. And then short again, paddled around for 1. Such a docile pitch. And then you want to tend to pitch it short. Well, the one Patterson got Milan with, I mean, that he used it very, very scarce. It was such a surprise delivery that got him out. The rest of the bowlers, used the short pitch ball and to no effect. Boland did it so regularly, no effect. They got pelted and pelted all around the park. Oh, there we go. Up comes the finger and gone. Maria Rasmus took his time and gave this one out. The 5th wicket now. And Botha, let's have a look at this. Mureke full and straight this time. Yeah, stone dead. That is as dead as you can get it. Gone. 5th wicket down now. A very, very good innings. He fought valiantly. And this time Mureke gets his 251st wicket. 193 now for 5 of Boland. Off?
93.
Thank you. Sean van Bergie now. He played an important knock yesterday, getting 24-57. He was not out, in fact. So in he comes. Now just a matter of time. Still a day left tomorrow. Mahima carrying the drinks. And Briesjes is moved to 32 of 80. But he has a job to be done. And I'm not sure, because you into Van Berg, when he's gone, you got that, it's a long tail that. Stearman, Manak, Dudgeon, they can all hold a bat. but it's, they're not frontline batsmen. Mareki earned that wicket. He was a bit wayward, and then the one he just pitched straight. Got his man. And would the suddenly just lift the spirits of Western Province? Not that they haven't been lifted, but they know it's now a matter of time. Short leg in, silly point in, slip in, extra cover, mid off, mid on, man on the square leg boundary, sweeper on the offside, and the man around the corner, 45 for the paddle. That he loves to just play up in the air when he plays it around the corner. Was nearly caught by Paarl early on. There he plays it. As he bowled him, got! He's bowled him! And suddenly, within a matter of a couple of balls, Boland are reeling now. 193 for 6. When he tried to sweep this one, it was pitched outside leg stump and turning, and he thought, all right, this is the one to sweep, and got himself castled. There we go. Watch this. Look where it's pitched. Outside leg stump, and he's bowled almost around his legs. It took leg stump on the ground, was pitched outside leg, turning back. If you're going on the sweep, you've got to sweep length. If you're not going to get to the pitch of it to sweep the length, that will happen to you. 6 wicket down now, 193 for 6. Yeah. Well, now we're into the tail here. Suddenly things are happening at an alarming rate. As quick as you like. Dudgeon in. Western Province right on top. They've been for most of this game, and they deserve to be in the position that they are at the moment. Look at that. Just try to sweep it, round the legs, turned. Must remember, it's day 3, afternoon, it's into the rough. The ball is going to purchase and turn from there. And when you're playing shots like that, yeah, it looks all good and well when you're sweeping, but you've got to sweep the length. If you're not getting to sweep length, you're looking for trouble. One more. Western Province know now. Now they're going to go for the kill. Simmons third. 8 for the match thus far. Can he make it another 5-er? And then take 10 for the game. Well, there'll be a couple of contenders then for the man of the match. Verena would be right up there with that 204 not out. Verena's standing a little bit back. He's not onto the stumps there. Look where he's standing, on the edge of the pitch. This is because the ball is turning so prodigiously and that he's giving himself a chance for the edge. They've seen something. They know what they're doing out there in the middle. Yeah, if you get your front pad there, the way Dodgen did, you cannot be adjacent to LBW. The ball's pitched outside leg stump. Maybe that's the tactic that Van Brissy should have used. Get the pad out there. If the ball's, get the pad. Let it hit the pad. From there, you're not allowing the ball to turn. But if you're playing sweep shots, the ball turns under the bat. And when it's on line, play defensively. It's a good tactic. How long will it last? all sorts of demons now coming out. Excellent over once again from Simmons. 193 for 6. Right, come now. Kept a bit low. That's what you're going to get on a wearing pitch eventually. Afternoon of day 3, you know, you'll probably get, it's been a good pitch thus far, but with all the wear and tear on there and the rough marks, you're going to get invariable bounce. And that's what you're going to look out for on a wearing pitch. No one can fault the wicket, that's for sure. It's been good. He's bowled him. It's gone through the gate. Mareki gets another one. Van Berg goes without troubling the scorers. 193 for 7. Suddenly Mareki's back 3. Western Province, well and truly now, en route to victory. Steeman in. And that's the sight many a fast bowler love to see when they see that the timber gets rattled or disturbed. Well, suddenly, for a long period of time, there'd been a magnificent partnership between Van Brissies and Nian Botha, and it looked as if there was a fight back. But the depart of Botha has brought the wicket of Van Brissies, it's brought the wicket of Van Berg and Steeman and I mean, is that Imran Manak in, or is it Steeman? Seems like Manak. Yeah, a tall Imi. Work to do. We're into the tail now. Western Province knows that. They know that a win here would put them in a very, very good position on the log. And the next game will be home at Newlands. I'll just let you know, then they'll be taking on the Titans, yeah, at Newlands in Cape Town. The Western Province takes on the Eastval Renault Dragons. That'll be in Paarl, also starting next Monday, 9th to the 12th. And then the final on the 18th to the 22nd of February. Well, it's all happening. We just get an update and get you some scores around the country. Murieki in again. Oh. Certainly. Well, the Tuskers are 154 for 6 for 4, and they still trail by 99 runs. The Lions have advanced to 114 for 4, and they lead by 221 runs after skittling the Warriors out for 198. They were 97 for 6, the Lions, in their first innings. Bjorn Fortuin got a wonderful 100, and they got to 305 in that first innings. Well, England under 19s are in the final of the World Cup. They've just beaten Australia. And they take on India, is it?
India or Afghanistan.
Or Afghanistan, yeah, because they play tomorrow at Harare Sports Club. So all to play for. There we go. So it's all happening. The other game at Potchefstroom ended in a draw, suppose, because there you're not going to get a result. I'm sure at the end of today and tomorrow we'll know where the points table will be. But Western Province has certainly done themselves a massive favour. An outright win for them gets them to 93 points. They'll leapfrog from 67.28 to 93.30, right past the Goldrush Boland, who will probably, after losing today, will move down that log. Dragons and the Dolphins, that's the drawn game there. Be interesting to see what the bonus point situation is. The Dragons were in second place on 84.36. James King just in his break. He'll be on shortly as well. He's just trying to work out the bonus point situation. Give me an up-to-date log, or if not, he'll be able to tell you when it's his turn to get on air. But Western Province here, firmly in the saddle. They'll be revving their cars. I'm sure a bit of celebration. Day off tomorrow, the last day of the game. And if they're 9 wickets down, they could ask for the extra half an hour this evening. And that's what Western Province would aim for. The over, I'll be moving out, and then James will give you the update of what the situation is. The ever helpful James King. Sneaky little fox there. Cape Fox. Pot back on. Silly point in again. Slip. Man at 45. Short mid on, extra cover, mid off. That's the way to play it. Hit the pad in the way. It's pitched outside leg stump. No need to play it. Just don't miss it. Down the track with a pad. That's nicely driven. That'll go for 4. 4. And Dodgen was on it like a flash. him outside the off stump. End of the over. And 197 for 7. The Fox is back, and I'll have a break.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. And very interesting, the potential here for what the results are going to do. And we just, looking at this, we make the assumption that World Sports Betting Western Province are going to get over the line here with a day and some change to go in this game, just needing 3 wickets to seal it, record a comprehensive victory, and that will take them to 93.3 points on the log. And that will mean they are will then just be 5.7 points behind the Dragons. And the Dolphins have moved to 91.04, the Dragons to 99.06 points. Boland will go to 84.7. And it's going to be very interesting to see what happens in that game there between the Warriors and the Lions. If the Lions if they do draw that game, it could mean there's a real logjam at the top of the table there. Most of the teams then will be within sort of 10, I say there'll probably be 4 teams within 10 points of each other. So it could be very interesting. The Titans likely to win that game against the Tuskers. Which will leave them still in 7th position. And the Tuskers will remain in 8th with very little chance unless they have a huge win against the Lions in Johannesburg of actually getting off the bottom of the log. So all to play for in what's left of the fixtures over the last day tomorrow. And next week is going to be very interesting. We'll give you all those updates if we can, as and when they do happen, or keep an eye on the... that is a brilliant delivery, and he plays down the wrong line. Does Keith Dudgeon just moves away from him slightly and takes the top of off stump, and the innings just goes from bad to worse for the men from Goldrush, Boland, and Tsepo Mareki is on fire here in the late afternoon at Boland Park, and yet another wicket falls. It's 198 now for 8. Keith Dudgeon bowled for 4 of 12 deliveries, and he has to make his way back to the pavilion as it all starts to unravel, and it unraveled with that loss of the wicket of Leon Buerta, who was LBW to Moreki. That was after, on the last ball of the 70th over. Then with the first ball of the 71st over, Carl Simmons bowling Jedley van Brieses around his legs, got it into the rough outside the leg stump, turned back in. He missed the sweep shot, took the leg stump. 70.1 overs that was, 193 then for 6, 193 for 7, 6 balls later, when it was Sean von Berg who was clean bowled by Tsepo Mareki, playing outside the line of the ball, went in between the gate and took the off stump. And now Keith Dudgeon, who has to make his way back after the 3rd ball of the 74th over. So within the space of 3 overs and 4 balls, the lower order of Boland has been decimated. Glenta Steenman coming to the crease. Now, the man who scored a very good 71 in the match against the Lions to get Boland to a draw there. The task here for Manak and Stearman, you would feel too great to perhaps even resist this evening. He's nicely in behind for his first delivery. It has been excellent from Tsepo Moreki, 4 for 41. Went to 250 wickets in first-class cricket with that first scalp that he took in this innings. That was the wicket of Aviva Mgijima, and he's backed that up with another 3. There was the Rhino there taking 3 quick wickets with the score on 193. Botha, Van Briesies and Van Berg all falling on the same score as Western Province tightened the noose on Goldrush Boland. And I believe we may still have at least half an hour to play, and then possibly longer as the light does get better here. It's a beautiful late afternoon. The Drakensberg Mountains off to our left. Looking lovely in the afternoon sun, and Tsepo Moreki is enjoying his time in the sun. It's the end of his 14th over, 3 maidens, 4 for 41. Kyle Simmons, he's got 3 for 50. He needs 2 wickets to get another fifer and 10 wickets in the match. And Imran Manak stands in his way. Just Imran Manak, Glenton Stearman, and then Akona Mnyaka to come to the crease for Goldrush Boland. Two slips, a man in at Selimidov taking the slip out there actually. Sean James going into a catching cover position, and then Jivishan Pillay is coming in. In fact, he's not going to catching cover, he's going to a more conventional cover. And Pillay's in behind Valentine Katimo, who's in at that silly mid-off position. Daniel Smith at slip. Josh Brett at a backward square position, quite close to the umpire. Just the 2 men on the leg side for Simmons, who's now bowling around the wicket to Imran Manak, who just keeps that out. Oohs and ahs. Kai Vorena, hands on head. How did that not get through?
Yes, Eugene. Yeah, it's 188 for 8. No, they're Boland now. So it's Manak and Steelman batting. Yeah, no, it'll happen.
End of another maiden over from Kyle Simmons. It is 30 for him, 10 maidens, 3 for 50. And Moreki is going to continue from the Nederburg end of the ground. And just to tell you, is stumps in Gqeberha, where the Lions are 114 for 4. They lead the Warriors by 221 runs going into the final day there. And that game having significant importance in terms of what's going to happen at the top of the log. Should the Lions win that game, they will go top of the log. Stearman at this stage just keeping the ball out as Mareki into his third spell. He's into his 6th over now of this third spell, and 4 overs and 4 balls till the new ball if they decide to take that. I think they can ask for the extra half an hour as well this evening if they feel that the result is possible. So we could have play here depending on how these two remain at the crease until 6:30. It's in the air past the man at extra cover, and it'll go down to the boundary. Jivishan Pillay chasing it, and Stearman gets his account underway. 200 up for Goldrush Boland. That is merely academic at the moment. 200 for the loss of 8. It was those 3 wickets falling with a score on 193 that have meant the job to even potentially make Western Province bat again is beyond the reach of the Goldrush Boland batters. Huge appeal. That looked like, to me, it was going down the leg side, maybe slightly high as well. Umpire Maria Rasmus not interested, as he who gave the decision against Leon Buerta. A very good decision. Looked like that was hitting the top portion of the off stump, just trapped on the crease by Tsepo Mareki. And then he got through the defences of both Von Berg and Keith Dudgeon to reduce Goldrush Boland to 198 for 8. Pulls it, it's in the air and just falls short. Looks like there of Carl Simmons on the boundary. Maybe picked it up late. Was in the air for some time from Glenn to Stearman. Surprise short delivery from Tsepo Mareki. Just feeling that left hamstring there, looks like. And he's going to try and run it off a bit. Was in the air for some time. And physio coming on now for Mareki, and players are going to take a drink, I think, at the same time. It'll give me a chance to just calculate what will happen in that Lions and Warriors match for you, just to give you an idea what it might do to the log positions. I'll be back with you in a couple of moments. As Jeremy was describing, Carvarena standing far back, and that's because of this line that Carl Simmons is bowling. A silly point and a short leg in place. Jivish and Pillay and Valentine Kitime. He's bringing the man in from deep backward square, Sean James. Almost deep forward square position, bringing him into a conventional mid-wicket position. Yeah, I feel that Stearman could only got himself into trouble playing that shot, trying to play it forcefully through the offside. Oh, it's through the man in the covers. This Mbalelo Dube goes down to the boundary for 4. Second boundary for Glenta Stearman. End of the over by Carl Simmons. It's merely academic in terms of the number of runs that Boland are scoring here. The real thing here is time. Do not expect that Manak and Stearman will be able to bat here for the rest of this session and 2 sessions tomorrow to get Boland into a lead. Oh, it's a beauty from Josh Breart, beating the lunge forward from Imran Manak. Just feel it's a matter of time before perhaps takes the edge there. Take the single. It's a quick single, maybe a risky one from Manak when he gets home. Bettingham, no, sorry, it's Josh van Heerden here, substitute fielder on for Tsepo Mareki. Isn't able to hit the stumps. I think Manak would have been home. Oh, it's another very good delivery from the leg break bowler. No success for him in the innings so far. 13.5 overs. 1 maiden, 0 for 38. Sweeps, it's in the air, there's nobody there. Short at fine leg, they'll come back for 2. End of the over from Breart. 210 for the loss of 8. Carl Simmons continues with his 32nd over. Just a flick of the wrist, really, from Manak there into the leg side. An over and 5 balls until the second new ball. Plays it down the ground. May well run away. Big chase for Dube. He's going to cut it off. And they come back for 2. So stay with us here. We are going to have some overtime today as Western Province look to get these final 2 wickets and mean that they don't have to come back tomorrow, and they'll have the extra day's rest ahead of that very important match against the Titans next week. They have put themselves with this victory in contention, as are a number of other teams, to be able to get to those top 2 spots and into the final. Well, this one just looked like it went on with the arm, faster delivery. Not picking the line. Manak must have missed the off stump by a whisker. End of the over. Manak will keep the strike. It is 213 for the loss of 8 after 79. 1 over left until the second new ball. Just to give you those numbers, if the Titans do win against the Tuskers, they will move to 75.42 points on the log. Tuskers 49.1. That means that they will be just 9 points behind where Goldrush Boland are at the end of this game, 84.7. As I'm rejoined by the Rhino. Jeremy, very interesting permutations. We're looking at a number of teams. In fact, the top 5 teams, depending on that result in Oberga, the top 5 teams could all be sitting within 15 points of each other.
Yeah, no, that is interesting. And that's good for the competition. I like that. There must be a close shave.
Yep.
It boils down to because team ending top deserves to have a home final, which is great. And then the second, whoever gets to second place needs to travel wherever they need to go. So I think it's good. It's good for the competition. It keeps 4-day cricket alive. It's so important that we look after this section of the game as well. Here we've seen some intriguing, some great leg spin bowling. We've seen Carl Simmons left arm spin. Good to see. We've seen some good innings from batsmen. And that's what you pay money to come to the gates. Although, yeah, you can come in for free. But it's been good cricket.
Yeah, excellent from World Sports Betting Western Province. Oh, that could have been close for Stearman had that hit. Second time, Joshua van Heerden's been given the chance to throw down the stumps. But,
yeah, these young breed of players are quicker on the turf.
Yeah.
So Stearman had to stretch his legs there in the end.
Well, Emmy Manak was looking at that one, wasn't he, Jeremy? That was going over the conifer there in the deep mid-wicket. But as you say, very good for 4-day cricket that all the games next week have consequence, and that's exactly what you want. You want every single team there knowing it's important. The home game for World Sports Betting Western Province, and win there could see them potentially getting into the final.
Two and 6 for 8.
Will they take the new ball, do you think, Jeremy?
Well, I would.
Yeah,
Get this
so would
over
I.
and done with.
Even if you give it to the spinners. Mavzizi Gampo, I think he's signalling Cliffy Isaacs there. There we go. That's a good one-handed catch there by Mavzizi Gampo.
Well, he must play some sort of cricket.
Definitely.
Otherwise, he wouldn't be umpiring. Brand new cherry. What do they cost? $4,500 a ball?
Yeah, it's they're not cheap at all. No. See, so I remember last season when we were at Western Province Cricket Club and for the SA Under-19, England Under-19 game, and there where we sit to do the commentary behind the sort of just next to the sight screen, and they were warming up, and they had and one of the balls went like straight past us in the warm-up into the bushes behind us, and they were searching for some time to try and find that ball. They certainly were not going to let. They needed to make sure they found it. As you say, the cost of those balls is significant.
Swing and a miss.
Trying to see if Dane Patterson is warming up at all. Doesn't look like it.
Still 154 behind. Goldrush Boland with 2 wickets remaining.
Just checking to see if Mavzizi Gampo wants to be here tomorrow. Are they?
Yeah, he was unmoved there.
Completely.
21748. Wonder what happens the ninth wicket fall. I know match ref, do they get another half an hour?
I think they can, can't they?
Yeah,
If
can
they,
play. Yeah, because this is
yep.
still part of the day's play. They're
That's right.
making up
Yeah.
time.
So they could go until 7 o'clock, potentially.
Pat has got the ball.
Yeah, he has. I thought they might do that. Too much warming up for him. A hot day in Paarl.
Rain has been good there, hasn't he?
Yeah, it was very good. Dane Patterson there with that first one, just looking like a man that has bowled 13 overs in the heat today. He'll be back up and at his work. Just takes him maybe a couple of deliveries to get back into it.
Yeah, and when you've been out of the attack, I know you've got to warm up.
Yeah.
You're still a little bit stiff. So 2 or 3 looseness just to get back into that rhythm. Driven. Chased. Bettingham showing the youngster van Heerden, listen, you're not going to beat me. And then just a smile as he glances across to the youngster.
You know, they always seem to leave so much trailing in their wake as they go there. Glasses, sun hats, you name it. Very important equipment, sun hats here in Boland Park.
Glasses too, Mr.
Yes.
King.
Very important.
And cream. Sun cream.
Yeah, plenty of that as well. I'm battling to find another sport where you would be out in the sun for 5 days or 4 days in a row, for 7 or 8 hours at a time.
Oh, see, they did attempt try almost to get a single here. It was total confusion. Just be careful not to run each other out.
That would be the ultimate ignominy, wouldn't it, for Goldrush Boland? It's bad enough that they're staring a massive defeat in the face.
Yeah, if I was these two, I'd say, listen, just stick it out till 6:30. Let's not get out.
Yeah.
We'll score ourselves another lunch tomorrow.
There we go. It was a very good lunch today, must be
Yeah.
said.
It's the worst thing sometimes of these games. You come tomorrow, half an hour, all over.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Right.
Thanks for coming. It's been a nightmare. I know it's a nightmare for unions.
Yes.
But you've got to do the catering because
Yeah.
you've got teams here. It's 4 days. And always the situation.
Yeah, luckily we do have light at the moment on our side to get to 6:30.
And we'll have light till 8 o'clock here.
Yeah. So,
Good it is this time of the year, Cape Town. As we get to the end of April, May, it gets
Yeah.
darker quicker, and then you start seeing that at 6 o'clock it starts
Yeah.
getting dark in Cape Town. Then you know winter's on its way.
yeah. And those dark mornings here in the western part of the country.
Yeah, the rainy season.
Yeah, we need that rain so desperately
Yeah.
here in the Cape. Other parts of the country as well. The garden route, I know, been struggling massively with lack of water. So it's just a bit of a nuisance, this partnership for World Sports Betting Western Province.
Good fielding.
Yeah, he's done some good work in the field, Joshua van Heerden, after coming on for Seppo Mareki.
Two and 9 for 8.
And of course, he just pops that one up where short leg would have been.
It's been a long day, Mr. King.
It has been. And going into serious overtime here. But it's been fascinating.
It has been.
And it was very good this morning. Well, Sports Betting Western Province got the last wickets that they needed. And Boland all out for 163, then enforced the follow on. And Boland were putting up a very good rear guard action until the loss of Leon Buerta's wicket. You took a hat trick there with the score 193. Not quite three and three balls, but 2 and 2 balls. And just seemed like nothing was happening out there.
And then suddenly you took a break and suddenly it all happened. You were sitting on the wickets.
Yeah.
These two are quite contented just to see it out.
Yeah. Now they want to make sure that Western Province have to go back to their lodgings this evening here in Paarl, come back in the morning, do it all over again, and take those last wickets.
Rainer coming up to the stumps now.
So he's got that man very fine again at fine leg.
Rainer asks for the stumping, and Gampu says no.
Didn't he take that well, though?
He does. It's a good glove man, as I said. Does take it very nicely. Good hands. Other guy that's been gloving well these days too is Quinton de Kock, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah. He's been really good. SA20 was outstanding, wasn't he?
Yeah.
A couple of grabs that he took. Incredible athleticism.
It's an art to be a wicket keeper.
Yeah. The thing with Quinny is he just looked like he was enjoying himself so much out there. And when he's enjoying himself, he tends to, be at his brilliant best, doesn't he?
Yeah, he is. Took a layoff from cricket. And then come back, and he's come back with a bang. Just a classy player, no doubt about that.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen him play Test cricket for South Africa for a bit longer.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a time when you felt he carried that batting lineup of South Africa in the doldrums for some time. Himself and Dean Elgar probably in an era where we weren't at our best. And then retired from Test cricket at a very young age.
Short cutaway. That'll be 4. He waited for that and pounced on it like a Cheshire cat.
Yeah, I'm sure he's smiling. It's Glenton Stearman. He can bat, there's no doubt about that. He's a good man to have coming in at number 10. Not going to miss out on a short one from Carl Simmons.
Well, that was close. Well left as well. Saw it turning. That's when you know we off stumpies. Sometimes the oohs and ahs. You got to applaud a good leave as well. Was it left out of the bounce? Did you trust the evenness, or did you think,
Oh, I don't know if that was the arm ball maybe from Carl Simmons, but the reaction of the players tells you that must have been very close to a coat of varnish away from hitting the off stump. One thing with Glenton Stearman and Imran Manak, they're not going to want to give it away, are they?
no?
Playing for pride now more than anything else.
8 minutes left for the day.
Yeah.
Deficit 147.
Two wickets that they need. I'd desperately love to get them before the close of play this evening.
Gone. There we go. Right on the button.
Yeah, brilliant from Dane Patterson and equally brilliant from Daniel Smith. A great catch at slip. He's taken a couple of really good ones in this match so far, and that was probably the best of the 3 that he's taken. Manak has to go. Just fending one outside the off stump. Good line once again from Patterson. And he has to make his way.
Well, the 9th wicket down now. Score on 223. Nyaka is the last man in. And that's how the end came. Look at this bit of feather outside that off stump. Patterson right on the money. Bang. Thank you. Good catch.
Yeah, excellent from Smith. Alert as always. Wicket keeper normally. In there at slip. Lightning fast reflexes. Good low catch to his left. 2 hands he got on it. And Patterson takes his second. He's now just 1 wicket away from, I think it's 850 wickets. Sorry, 650 wickets. I do apologise. It's quite a big difference, 850 and 650. So he's now got 649 wickets.
Good day, sir. Will there be half an hour added? Yeah. Okay. 7 o'clock to 1901. Yes, yes. For rain, yes. Yeah. Okay. when at 1901? No. Okay. Okay. Ja, ja. Dankie meneer, ons praat later. I'll just confirm with the match referee that, scheduled play there was, because we went to 1831, we'll go to, because of the rain and the interruption. But captain can ask for the extra 30 minutes to go to 1901 this evening, that extra half an hour, because 9 wickets are down. Won't come back tomorrow, and I'm sure that's what they will do if they get to 1831.
Yeah, certainly would look to try and wrap this up. Glentus Stearman, you'd think he'd probably try and protect Akon Mnyako as much as possible. That's why these last 2 deliveries of this over, very important.
Get a single.
Yeah. Well, that was interesting that they took the single. Now what does Stearman do now? Mnyako brilliantly stumped by Verena in the first innings as he leant or lunged forward and lifted his back foot.
Then he flicks it off his legs, down to fine leg for a single. 2 to 5 for 9. One wicket remaining. That's all that's required for Western Province to pull this one off this evening.
We'll definitely have enough light to play until 1 minute past 7.
Absolutely. More than enough light.
Yes, he's coming again over the wicket to Stearman. Yeah, maybe just went up off the pad onto the chest, potentially.
Get 4 there.
You can see what Simmons was trying to do. He was trying to access that rough outside the leg stump where he got from Brices, and he bowled him. And he's equal to the task, is Steerman.
It's in the air. This could be it. Yes, it is. Down the track he advances. The fielder there, I think that was Paarl. Underneath it, Dubé. And well judged. It's not an easy catch when you're backpedaling and going back. But Dubé did outstandingly well. And Western Province defeating Boland, Goldrush Boland, by an innings and 141 runs. And World Sports Betting Western Province will be very happy with this. 18:31 scheduled closing time. We could have got the extra overs on the button. And the game is done and dusted, and Western Province victorious.
A comprehensive win for the men from Newlands, and they've set it up with that huge first innings total of 533 for 9 declared, and then a brilliant bowling effort in the first innings and equally good in the second to get to this win. That puts them firmly in contention with one game left in this CSA 4-day series. Just one round of matches left to see who can get to the final, and World Sports Betting Western Province in with an opportunity to do that. Goldrush Boland, their chance, you feel, has gone, but there's still all to play for in the games next week.
Yeah, they feel that they in it now, Western Province, and they have a sniff. Simmons ends with outstanding figures of 4 for 66 of his 32 overs. 35.5 overs, I beg your pardon, 11 maidens, 4 for 66. And yeah, Goldrush Boland comprehensively beaten here at Boland Park. Well, all shaking hands now. There's happiness all round for Western Province. They deserve their victory, and they fully deserve to win.
Yeah, as you said, Jeremy, couldn't have been a more comprehensive win for them. In all departments, excellent. Single out that man, for me, Carl Simmons, for me, probably the player of the match. I know Carl Verreynne, 204 not out. Simmons, 85 in that first innings and 9 wickets in the match. Certainly, between him and Verreynne, the two players that have had the biggest impact on this contest.
Well, they have certainly had a big impact on this contest. And Western Province would be the happiest of the two. As I said, Maria Rasmus, Mr. Gampu, they've had good games as well. And the coaches just shaking hands with Western Province. I'm sure there'll be some celebrations this evening, and well-deserved celebrations as well for a fantastic win. So, from Boland Park, where Western Province walk away here, victorious by an innings and 141 runs from myself and James King and the whole Pitch Vision team. We hope you enjoyed this coverage with us. We certainly enjoyed bringing it to you. Good night. Who got injured?
Mariki.